And on that note, we are ready to get started. And indeed, it is an Africa-focused event, but it is hosted by Lagos, Nigeria's economic capital. So it's only right that we open up with the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I ask that you all rise for the national anthem. Please be seated. I'd like to welcome again His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for joining us for the Africa Business Convention 2022. I also welcome all the commissioners of Lagos State that are here present. I welcome all our sponsors and partners for this event, the team at Business Day, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to keep this as a very efficient event. And so I will have to keep things moving relatively quickly. But again, you're all welcome. Thank you for joining us. I also acknowledge the audience that are joining us virtually. And just to run through a few housekeeping issues, first of all, I need to make this announcement on behalf of the hotel. It is a typical safety and security announcement. You're all informed that there is no fire drill scheduled for today. So if you hear an alarm, it's the real deal. So we don't hope for that, obviously, but just for your information, there is an exit to my right, which is to your left, right here in front. And of course, the entrance through which you made your way here is also an exit. There is also an exit to your right, towards the back of the room. And again, the hotel will always like to encourage us to please take care of our personal items. And then, of course, to our online audience, thank you again for joining us. I'd like to make an announcement. As you should know, because I do know that you are viewing this on the Business Day website, but peradventure you missed it, there is a note there for you to be able to engage, especially as we transit to the panel conversations. You'll be able to chime in and send in your questions and comments by logging on to slido.com, that's slido.com, and use the code hashtag ABC2022, that's ABC2022, and simply type in your questions or comments, and our moderators will be viewing them here as well. So again, we are here for the Africa Business Convention 2022, and the focus this year is Africa Recovery. Last year, the focus was Africa Proactive, and of course, that was on the heels of the incredible impact of the COVID-19 pandemic globally. It has changed our lives in many ways, and as businesses continue to adjust to the realities of the day, this year we're focusing on how we recover as a continent. But I think one of the things that you would certainly note as we move forward with the program is the enthusiasm that you will see come through from many of our speakers, and then of course the focus on straight talk. What exactly do we need to do in Africa to move forward? So we look forward to the engagement of our various speakers and moderators and contributors. Again, you are all welcome. Lagos State obviously is the commercial capital of Nigeria. Many will say if it was a country, it would be the 7th largest economy in Africa. So there's no better place to situate this event within Nigeria, which is Africa's largest economy. And I want to encourage you all to get engaged, to interact, and of course, to share your comments and contributions as the opportunity opens up for you. So as I mentioned, we'd like to keep this quite efficient, and I would like to now invite the founder of Business Day Nigeria to deliver an opening address and welcome to you all as we move on with today's program. So please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Frank Aibogun. Just switch it on.
Thank you very much, Wale. Your Excellency, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, and our special guest of honor this morning, our keynote speaker, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, other distinguished speakers here present, and those who have joined us virtually, distinguished representatives of African businesses, and all our guests who are here today, whether physically present or whether they have joined us virtually. I am very delighted to welcome you all to this, your convention. Business Day has as a primary mandate the projection and promotion of the interest of businesses across the African continent. This is the second in the series of our African business convening. Last year, we were only able to convene virtually on account of the COVID pandemic. But thankfully, things are changing, and as our team aptly captures, it is time for a post-COVID recovery. The African Business Convention, when fully established, would be a platform to aggregate and to project the interests of businesses on the African continent. It will promote the sharing of knowledge and, of course, of business opportunities as well. The African Business Convention will help in shaping economic policies and programs, promote economic integration, enhance partnership among businesses in Africa. The Africa Business Convention will also be a platform for advocacy of the private sector in Africa. I'm therefore delighted that you are able to join us here this morning. And of course, my special appreciation to our special guest of honor, His Excellency the Governor, knowing how very busy his schedule can be. So we welcome you once again, sir. We invite all our businesses in Africa, all industries, whether small or big, to take appropriate advantage of the opportunities offered by the African Business Convention to tell your own unique story. In the next 2 days, I expect you will find that each session has been carefully curated to show the ideas and growing opportunities in these areas in Africa. Given the last 2 years and the disproportionate impact of the COVID pandemic on the continent, I believe and share your optimism that it is time for an African recovery. How that recovery shapes up and the different dimensions will depend on how ready we are to seize the opportunities that are ahead of us. Signs abound already that business leaders are looking to doing far better than they did last year. There is more optimism confidence is rising around the continent. For the very first time, the Financial Times is doing a survey of fast-growing businesses in Africa, including Nigeria. And I'm proud to say that Business Day is a partner in that partnership between Financial Times, Statista, to showcase the great opportunities that abound in Africa. And so you can see that the world is beginning to refocus on businesses in Africa. And I do hope that you will take advantage of that. Before I welcome our special guest of honor to declare this convention open, I would like to convey our special appreciation and gratitude to our partners for their generosity, including Platform Capital, and especially Dr. Akindele Akintoye, Muhammad Darwish, the Nigerian CEO of IHS Stars, and of course, Von Kamedi, the CEO of Alluvial, one of Nigeria's fastest growing agriculture companies. We thank you all for your immense support and contribution towards the Africa Business Convention. And I acknowledge that without you, we will not be here this morning. We will shortly listen to our special guest of honor. He will declare the convention open, and thereafter I would have the privilege of a fireside chat for a couple of minutes to ask the governor a few questions and give him an opportunity to speak about some of the great work that he is doing in Lagos State. I told him a while ago that his preparation, especially his private sector preparation, bodes well for the great work that he is doing in Lagos. And I would not like to speak for him. He is able to speak for himself. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me now to invite our special guest of honor, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to declare the convention open. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think my very good friend and brother, Frank, deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Members of the State Executive Council that are here in fairly decent number, let me, on your behalf, acknowledge all other distinguished participants at this year's African Business Conference here in Lagos. Of course, we just listened to the publisher, and I can see several business leaders here, captains of industry. I want to acknowledge and greet each and every one of you. I also want to extend same greetings to our audience who I imagine are watching us virtually. This is the real reality of our time and the new beginning in a new world. We'll extend greetings to you and to all other delegates, gentlemen of the press. It's indeed a very, very, very great honor and a rare privilege this morning to stand before you and as your host governor at this year's African Business Convention 2022. Typically, Frank still refers to me as His Excellency. You know, Mr. Governor will still just, suffice. And in that note, to say that the opportunity to deliver this welcome address, to welcome all of you to your city, to the heartbeat of the nation, to the center of excellence. And I believe what we're doing today and tomorrow is to share thoughts and perspectives on a very important theme Africa's recovery and growth. I'm sure we all remember about 2 years ago, we were in the final week of a world very different from what we have today. 2 years ago, we didn't know that at about this time, we'll be entering another territory that we have never seen before. At that time, we were blissfully unaware of what the future held. We had no idea that we'll be stepping into a world that has been described as the most significant disruption in human existence after the Second World War. A lot of us in existence today were not part of the Second World War, so we can imagine how devastating it was then. 2 years have passed now. We know part of our planet being left untouched. We can see how we organize our work, how we had to mask up to travel, what has changed in our healthcare infrastructure, how we play in all of our leisure activity, how we socialize, how businesses and investment has changed, how policy making has indeed changed. And you can see that COVID-19 has touched virtually every aspect of life. For many months now, we have looked forward to finally overcoming the pandemic. But it has proved more resilient than we had expected. About 2 years ago, precisely in the month of February, because today is the 1st of February, 27th, we had the first index case of a pandemic in Nigeria. And I'm sure you know that just last week and a half, we're coming out of the fourth wave. But nonetheless, the world has made remarkable progress. A combination of unprecedented health measures that have been implemented both nationally and at subnational have helped governments to have far-breaking medical research and innovation that I believe has helped all of us very greatly. I think it's correct to say that the global confidence about we finally taming the pandemic is at its highest ebb. We believe more stronger than now than before that indeed the world can tackle the pandemic. We have overcome multiple variants and waves, and the understanding of the various variants and the virus has most certainly improved. We understand all of the mutilations and all of the things that comes with it. We all are experts in it now. We have also been fortunate to have an array of very effective and efficient vaccines that has been developed in different parts of the world. So when we gather at a conference like this to discuss and to deliberate on a theme for recovery, we are not simply being hopeful, we're also being very realistic. For those who are not familiar, and I'm sure all of us in this room are familiar with Lagos, COVID hasn't been a major challenge that we faced in the last 2 years alone. In fact, we had a double whammy, because in October 2020, when we were just coming out of the first wave then, we were also hit by another pandemic, which was a protest, very unfortunate, that led to very high level of violence and destruction in our city. Properties, both private and public, running into billions, were destroyed. So far, it has been, like I said, a double-edged sword for us. But we have not been deterred. As a state, we have come out of it stronger, bigger, and better. As can-do spirit has helped us to bounce back quicker. And we're striving to ensure that we can build back better as a subnational. And of course, you all know, for some of us that are of Yoruba origin, there's a saying that when a king palaces gets burnt, it gives an opportunity for you to rebuild a more befitting and a more granular facility for that king. It also boils down to our perspective and ability to see opportunity coming out of very difficult situations. COVID, for example, has provided a unique opportunity for us to rethink our public health system. And we have been able to step up investments in that sector aggressively. And so we believe that we're in the middle of the most ambitious intervention that we as a government can give within our healthcare infrastructure. We're building new hospitals. We're renovating extensively and upgrading existing ones. We're scaling up our ability and our capability to diagnose, to smell, to see, to analyze diseases. Our surveillance capability has been well improved upon, and we're creating a right environment for the private sector who are in this room to invest and to be able to thrive more. And so all these amounts to laying a solid foundation for a greater Lagos that we all envision. And so you can see that this team speaks very well to some of our own vision and the kind of things we stand for as a government. We'll continue to use our economic agenda, which has been well put forward, our roadmap under the team's agenda as our driving economic prognosis. I'm sure we all know it too well. Our T stands for traffic management and transportation. Our H takes care of health and environment. The first E is talking to education and technology. The M is what are capabilities of making Lagos a truly 21st century economy. The second E speaks to what is unique about us, entertainment and tourism. And of course, the last letter there, an S, is about security and good governance. And we believe that in all of these pillars, we'll continue to check ourselves, we'll continue to ask ourselves very difficult questions. How are people judging us? Shortly, and like my friend said, Mr. Frank Haibung, we'll be having a few minutes conversation, especially on how we've been able to respond to the pandemic and some of our thoughts going forward. I cannot conclude this opening address without thanking Frank and his team and everybody that has been part of the African Business Convention 2022 for the vision and for bringing it to reality. Like you said, last year it was your first, but it has to be all virtual. Now we can do an hybrid of both virtual and physical. And I'm sure in the ones that will be coming in subsequent years, there'll be a lot more definitive arrangements in which we will have all of the opportunities to be able to ensure that it touches every nook and cranny of the world. Let me say how important it is for us, as I close, to be your hosts at this event. Lagos, I'm sure you know, I think it was the MC that said we're the 7th largest economy. Indeed, we're the 5th if we were to be a country. Because indeed, the GDP of Lagos is bigger than the GDP of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire put together. And that in itself puts a lot of pressure as a subnational. And we see ourselves as the continent's premier business and investment destination. We know what the numbers were last year and the year before, even within the pandemic. As we begin to see several landmark projects, both in public and private infrastructure, that are underway in the state and at various levels of completion. I'm sure Frank and I will talk about the fact that we're expecting within the next couple of months the start of the biggest single-train petrochemical industry in the world at Lekki Epe axis, the Dangote refinery. We're looking at commissioning one of the largest rice mill in the world, the Imota rice mill. We're looking at handing over the biggest deep sea port in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, the Lekki deep sea ports. And several others that will be changing the landmark of Lagos within the next 12 months. Of course, to talk about our own modest intervention in the rail infrastructure that we believe will also be changing the face of public transportation in your city. We continue to remain Africa's startup capital. We're far ahead of Nairobi, Cape Town, Johannesburg, to mention but a few. And you can see what technology is doing. Two of Africa's flagship technology companies, Florida Waves and Paystack, are residents and aboard in your city called Lagos. And I know that where they are, there are several others that will be on the world map in the months and the years ahead. We could begin to see new cities rising with the Eco-Atlantic City just right across us here, with the Alaro City and several other areas of new developments in the city. This is our Lagos, and we're proud to introduce your Lagos, our Lagos, to you once again. And wish all of us the very best as we engage ourselves very constructively in the next 2 days. And I believe that the outcomes of it will further entrench and deepen the opportunity and the recovery state that we need not only in the state, not only in the country, but in the continent of Africa. Thank you very much for listening, and do enjoy the rest of the convention. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, thank you very much. This is your Lagos, the Governor has said. And I'd like to start this conversation by telling a little story. Business Day is based in Apapa, in Lagos. I don't know why you are laughing, but I can tell you, in 2019, and before then, it will take me up to 3 hours to get to Apapa from Ikoyi. And there were days on my way when I will be called from the office and I will be told, don't bother. And so the governor will recall that when we had the interview which I moderated, hosted by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce before the election in 2019, Apapa dominated that conversation. I don't know how often you go to Apapa, Mr. Governor, but I take between 23 and 27 minutes these days to get to Apapa. And when I have appointment with people, they often will get to the office before I get there because they will make so much room for traffic and they don't find any traffic on the way, so they are there waiting for me in the office. So, Mr. Governor, I want to acknowledge the work that you have done and to commend you and your team for delivering on your promise. Thank you, sir. Let me start by asking you, COVID defined our lives and our businesses in the last 2 years. Can you provide for our audience a status report about COVID in Lagos and what you are doing to help recovery of businesses that were hammered in the last 2 years?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Frank. And I want to also put it on record that at the risk of my entire political collateral, if I dare say, I did assured Frank at that debate session that we will do everything we have to solve Apapa traffic. I'll say to you, sir, we're not completely out of it yet. We know that we will say we've done 70, 80%, but there's still a critical 20% that will make it enduring and sustainable. Because indeed, we still get flashes, which I monitor on a daily basis. If I show you my phone, I have gotten today at 7:30 to 8:30, I have gotten about 20 pictures of what Apapa traffic looks like this morning. So on a daily basis, I make it part of my devotion. Once I get up and I talk to God, I will check what is happening on that corridor. It's not because I don't have other important things to, but because of the commitments that we gave, and we said that these are our citizens, and so they know, the officers and the team that we set up, they know that I will see it before 8 o'clock, and that I will ask them questions. Part of the things that had happened to us is that, governance have lost so much trust that indeed people find it difficult to be in reality, that indeed they implement what they say they will do. And so we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that. But like I said, there's still a 20% that we must continue to do. And what are those? We need to fix the infrastructure on the bridge. We need to know that even the security operatives that are there, over time we begin to change them so that they don't get compromised and we're working with the various unions, that are on there to ensure that all of the lay-bys and the garages, the trailer parks that were meant to be providing for them, that will get it, to the level in which they can all stay, on the trailer parks. The call-up system is working, but it can get better. The final solution on Apapa will be when we complete the Lekki port, which will indeed be able to take off some of the load and the traffic off the Apapa, because indeed, given the years that the port has stayed now, it has actually outlived, the pressure of what is being done in both Apapa and Tinkan has outlived their capacity. So as a nation, we need to be able to, raise more investment, raise more infrastructure, and that's one of the things that the Lekki port will be doing. So whilst I want to acknowledge and thank you very much, because we didn't lose our friendship because of Apapa, I want to assure you that it's still something that we're not living on the, in my tracking module, I'll continue to ensure that we give succor to our citizens, because it's only when we do that we can improve, the quality of life for our businesses and for our citizens. Regarding COVID, 3 things that from the beginning that I believe that we did fairly well, we call them the 3 C's, which is coordination, collaboration, and communication. So when we say coordination, we were very, very quickly, very, very early in the day, like I said, just about 2 years ago. In fact, we started that coordination before we got the first incident case on the 27th of February. We had set up, an incident command, like a control and command center, where we knew, what each and every one of us needed to do, me as the incident commander, right? And we had even crashed our cabinet into a war cabinet. From a cabinet of about 42, we have reduced it to 8 or 10 of us. And we said, for whatever reasons, if the 42 cannot meet, whatever the 10 of you or 8 of you decide, go ahead, just talk to us, because we knew that something was coming. So the coordination started because we wanted to be able to procure, and respond very, very, very quickly. So we have given ourselves that essence of coordination. We also started communication very, very early. You could see that all throughout, those early days, there were almost every day or every other day, information as into what we expect, what we're doing, whilst we don't even have all of the answers. But just the fact that we're communicating and we're collecting and we're talking to our citizens it made them, believe us and, trust that indeed we're on the right track. The third one was collaboration. You could see what we can do when we all collaborate together. From, the media, which your organization was part of, to all of the other, big, private organizations, CACOVID, for example, we're able to raise and do extensive, infrastructure upgrade with collaboration. So what we don't have control over, we don't necessarily have to ask them to give us money for it. You just go get it done, right? And partnership was the order of the day. So we had partnerships, we had collaboration, we had extensive engagement, we had a lot of communication, and so we had, what we call, extensive surveillance, collaboration. And it gave the state the opportunity, like I said, even at that time, to quickly wrap up the infrastructure. We're able to use technology, data, to be able to drive some of the indices that we're seeing there. When we started and we said that people should fill forms at the port and rest of it, it became difficult for us to be able to track people, because once they get into the system, they can disappear, go to Ibadan, go to Akure, or stay in Lagos. So we said that data was one of the critical things, So we're using eco telemedicine to monitor people. Once we have a correct telephone number, at least we can call you 2-3 times a day to know how you're faring, and all of that. And as we go and we understand, how the pharmaceutical, tendencies of the virus, we said to ourselves that, whilst we don't need to have extensive, hospitalization, we needed to be able to give people, kits, what we call the medical kits, where they can indeed, self-isolate and take their medicine, and we can monitor them. And so we are the only ones. We did over 300,000 medical kits that were free, that were given to our citizens, so you can have all your medication, you can have your thermometer, you can check all of the things you need to do, and we can monitor you and check. So that was why, even as the epicenter, because about 50% of the total positivity in the nation was in Lagos. That was why we're able to, manage, each of the spikes or each of the waves that we have. The wave will go up and we'll be able to peak and begin to come down. And so I want to tell our citizens now that, like I said, about a week and a half ago, we completely came out of the fourth wave. The fourth wave was actually very interesting, because it gave us the highest level of positivity. Positivity means that what is the percentage of, maybe if you do 100 samples, how many positive do you have? During the fourth wave, we got the highest. We're getting percentages as high as 40%, 35%, because the Omicron was extremely very contagious. So, but we're able to manage, the outcomes of it in terms of, oxygen that was required, in terms of hospitalization, and we're out of it now. It's less than 1% now. So the curve has been completely flattened out. So during the peak of it too, what we're doing then, we're having extensive communication and conversation with the organized private sector. All of the major fast-moving consumer goods, we're having bi-monthly meetings with them on Zoom, telephone conversation, where we are assuring them, to ensure that all of their critical components in their supply chain were not disrupted. We could give them direct access, to go to the port, to go and do their supplies and rest of it. And the assurance that we give to them that they will not, be disrupted on the road, on the condition that they were going to assure us that they were not going to retrench anybody. Because we said to them that we need to keep our people in jobs. Yes, your profitability might dip, but please let's keep people in employment. So those were collaborations that we were able to give to them, and some of the things that are within our control we lent to them so that they can, all come out of it or stay strong during the process, so that, as well coming out of it, they could see that, it was a government that indeed, was with them during the very difficult, time. So those are some of the lessons and the learning, that we all had, during that period. But we're not completely, losing track of it, because it's still a very, very, very dangerous, virus. So we still continue to ask ourselves to continue to keep the non-pharmaceutical protocols, as it were, as possible as we can, understanding and appreciating that, we will continue to wrap up our surveillance, we'll continue to develop capacity within our health infrastructure. Indeed, I must say to you that we're planning to build Africa's Infectious Disease Center in Lagos, where we also, in future, we don't know when, when another type virus do show up, we also should have labs that we can very quickly, do prognosis, we can do extensive, diagnostics, and we also can respond. We're also looking to have, an health-free zone where we can produce vaccine. Let us be able to domesticate, some of these things so that others in other clans will not just come and bring things through. So we're learning extensively and we're developing the capacity, for us to be able to, ensure that, in future, Lagos and indeed Nigeria can respond quicker and faster to a pandemic of the type that we've seen. So that'll probably just stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. I want to, for many of the business leaders who are gathered here this morning, and even for those who have joined us online, the points you have made about the expected coming on stream of Dangote refinery, the deep sea port will resonate with them. But it also creates anxiety in them as well, knowing the history of traffic challenges in Lagos. So I'd like for you to assure our audience about what the Lagos State government is doing to ensure that what is easily a blessing in the commissioning of the Dangote refinery and, of course, the deep sea port does not or do not become a nightmare. I know that your government is on top of it. What exactly are you doing that can reassure business leaders and investors in Lagos?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll take it from two angles. One, so we have a transportation master plan in Lagos. And the master plan is for us to be able to utilize the three major modes of transportation. The road infrastructure, which typically now takes about 90-95% of all movement. The waterways infrastructure, because we're blessed, 1/3 of Lagos is water, all of the creeks and lagoons that we have. And thirdly, the rail infrastructure, because cities of this size of Lagos, everywhere in the world, they must have a consistent mass movement of people from one corridor to the other. The third one, which is the rail, is the one that we have not, fully developed yet, and I'll talk about that later. But we have on the master plan 7 rail infrastructure that have been designed, and one of them is the orange line or the green line is supposed to go to the Lekki Free Trade Zone corridor. We're completing extensive feasibility study on it to make it a bankable, or concessionable, transaction. The two others are the ones that we'll talk in the course of our conversation here. So there's a blueprint, there's a plan around transportation, movement in Lagos. But to speak, strictly to, and so on the waterways as well, we're building about 15 jetties or 17 right now concurrently in different parts of the city where, our ferries can move, from one part. We're dredging, we're also improving security, and navigational system on the waterways so that we can de-risk and reduce pressure on the road BRT lanes that, that we have, and there's so many things that I even talk about on BRT. It's new things that you've not even seen that we're bringing. But to your question directly, on the Lekki Free Trade Zone access, so what you see is, for people that know the place, there are 2 critical roads. There's a road in front of the refinery and the deep sea port, right? But the road busts out onto the Lekki Express Road, right? So what we see, or what we're expecting, is that a lot of 70-80% of the things that will be coming out from the ports, and the refinery will be things that will be getting out of Lagos. So how do we ensure that they don't make a left turn and start coming into Lagos, except the one that is needed for Lagos? They should be able to make a right turn and get out of the city and the state and go to other parts of the country. So what we've done is, and I'm sure people here have passed on the road, we're building an 18-kilometer from a 2-lane to a 6-lane rigid pavement concrete road.
That road will be completed by April, right, this year. It's about 85% already. I'm sure a few people in this room will have also plowed the road. It's 3 lanes on both way, and the concrete, it's about this height. So we believe that the pressure, for example, coming out from the trailers, the tankers, will be, will be sufficient enough to be able to carry, the load. So once you take all of that into Ekpe, we're doing extensive reconstruction on Ekpe, and we'll have, an express road from Ekpe straight to Ijebu-Ode. Thank God, our brother in Ogun State too have done their own part. That's one of the roads that Mr. President just came to commission. So from Ekpe to Ijebu-Ode is express road. 3 lanes is brand new express road. So you can indeed, from the refinery or from the ports today, drive to Shagam Benin Express Road in less than 45 minutes. And so from there you can decongest, going towards northern part of the country, going towards the eastern part of the country, or wherever you want to, And so we have saved the Lagos that pressure. So from a strategic planning point of view, we believe that is one area in which we have solved. The phase 2 of the road that we're doing is to now make a left turn and have the same, infrastructure coming towards Ajah, where we want to do extensive redevelopment. So that once you come in there, you'll see relief. The future plan of that is that the 4th mainland bridge that we said that we will be breaking the ground by the grace of God before the end of the second, quarter, right? It's supposed to start off from somewhere in Ajah, which is in the Badore. That one should lift you, cross water. You don't need to enter Victoria Island, Ikoyi, if you don't have any business there, and take you towards the Ikorodu end of Lagos. That's the plan. So it's a 37-kilometer road. It will just take you across, and you don't have, but it's only people. So it reduces the vehicular movement until people that truly need, they will be the ones that will continue. So there's a grand plan around those massive infrastructure, that is coming, on stream. So I want to assure, our investors, I want to assure, our citizens that yes, whilst all of these investments are required, are needed, to spread out development, that the Lagos State government and some of our private sector partners are indeed thinking through how we'll ensure that we don't recreate a problem, an Apapa type problem that might just, make everything look, that we're planless. We're planning, some might be far ahead of others because, these are investments, and these are also, public funds that we need to be able to manage and know that, right now it's critical for us and we need to deploy those kind of investments. So we're on the right track. We're believing that will happen, and if you want me to talk about the entire citywide transportation plan, that is another conversation.
I think it would be good for you to talk very quickly about the red and the blue lines that will be commissioned this year.
Yeah, like I said, so we have on the master plan 7 rail lines, and one of them will be going to the free trade zone. Is one of the plans that we have, right? And the 2 that we're pretty excited about that is nearing completion is the red line and the blue line. The blue line has been on our table for quite a while. My predecessor started it. I was in government actually when we conceived the idea. It was a very difficult conversation then. We needed to do, take a right of way to do a 10-lane highway, which is the Badagry, the Lagos Badagry, express road, which is an international, highway to western part, to the West African part of the continent. But we were smart to take a rail corridor in the middle, which is now, the blue line. So the blue line, is a 37-kilometer from Okokomaiko to Marina. The phase 1 of it is what we're launching now, which is from mile 2. Itself has a huge traffic to Marina. So the last station in that is the Marina station, which right now is about 65-70% completion. The Marina station is going to be the biggest. It's almost on 250, meter length, right? And we're believing that it should be ready by the 3rd quarter. That's the station itself. So we'll take you up the way to Marina. That will be, an electronic run train infrastructure. The second one is the red line. The red line is also a very smart one, on the existing NRC corridor, which was the old Lagos corridor for some of us that have lived in Lagos, So we have that corridor from Alagbado, which is the outskirts of Ogun State, up to Ebute Metta in the phase 1 of it. The phase 2 of it will take you from Ebute Metta to Ido and also come to Marina later, which will have a lagoon crossing as well, which is pretty heavy capex. So we'll do that, as phase 2. But the phase 1 is good to go. So we're building the rail line, and we're building, the terminals as well. As we speak, we're building 5 overpasses, vehicular overpasses, right? And we're building the stations as well. There are 9 stations that we're building concurrently, and we're monitoring to ensure that we can deliver. So if you go to Apapa Road, if you go to Yaba, if you go to Ikeja, if you go to Iju, you'll see vehicular overpass. We're building bridges so that the trains can go underneath and vehicles can move, on top of it. And we're at the last stage of the procurement for the rolling stock. The whole idea is for government to stimulate it. The final point is for us to get concessionaires that will bring a lot more rolling stock, right? And they will take over the comms, and the signaling and the ticketing, and they can run it, fairly profitable, so that, our citizens can get the full benefit, of it. We're still on track to ensure that at the fourth quarter of this year, we should be able to start doing testing, because you need to do extensive testing for security, safety reasons before you begin to get passengers, on board. So our promise is still the last quarter of 2022, for testing and commissioning. First quarter 2023, Frank, you and I need to hop on the train, and see. And the beauty of our transportation master plan is that we're getting a solution where the rail, the waterways, and the BRT can have a single payment solution. So you don't need to begin to check your pockets. Do I need to have money? Once you have a card, you should be able to hop in and hop off. In all of the models.
Minders are telling me we are running out of time, and I'm also mindful of the fact that Mr. Governor has other commitments ahead of him this morning. But let me ask that you conclude by speaking to the investors who are here and those who have gathered online from around Africa. How much is the Lagos economy open for business?
Well, thank you very much, Frank. We believe that we pride ourselves that we're the biggest economy right now. But it's not just a mouth say. It's because we believe that the market is here. We believe that what we're doing as a government will continue to deepen that private sector relationship. We as a government do not have all what it takes. We believe the engine of growth are the private sector. So that's why we must continue to have policies and programs that can give you the opportunity to do that which you know how to do very well, which is business. So our job is to create that enabling environment for you to strive, for you to thrive, and for you to do well. And what are the things? Ensure that, you can move from one part of the city to another. You can indeed have, a government that is accessible, to you. We're building, technology infrastructure in the telecommunication space, for example, fiber optics, so that when the telcos, want to deploy their fiber into your various businesses, right? The infrastructure already, it's there. That's what we're doing, the 3,000 and the 3,000, infrastructure, so that we can see, a last mile into your businesses, because we believe that that is the future, of businesses. We're ensuring that we can have a seamless one-stop shop, even in Alausa. We're not there yet. We know that there are still issues around, construction permits and all of it. And so we're trying to tick the box. We'll just procure another software where, from the comfort of your room, we're believing you can submit all your, approvals for construction, and you can track and monitor yourself. Hopefully, within the time set line, within a month, you should get your approval. That is the kind of standard we're trying to get to. Similarly, for your land transaction, it's always very difficult. We're having to do the very, very difficult, body lifting, ensuring that we clean up, our registry department, where approvals, and your consents, and your CFOs will be, those are the kind of things that the ease of doing business want to see. You don't have to come to Alausa if you don't need to come to Alausa. And if you do come, you must have, a very, very, fruitful experience. Those are some of the things we're charging, our civil servants to do. And we'll continue to do all of the other things, in poor environment, in health, in education, because that is also important. We need to be able to educate all of the citizens that are here. So we're collaborating with the private schools, with public schools. You know, for example, our rate of pass of WAEC, you know, to see our investment that is showing, you know, last year it was under 40%. This year we moved to 76%, the highest ever in the country and in the state. And we believe these are numbers that we can keep because of the level of technology we're using, you know, examination monitoring for our students, you know, for everything. And health, I cannot say it all, you know, we continue to raise it back so that not only you businessmen that are thriving, but your staff, you know, your employers are also, you know, at the stage in which their heads are relaxed. Their children can go to schools. They can have, you know, access to health infrastructure. We'll have our health insurance scheme. We believe in that the numbers are still below. We should push and push and push so that the health coverage can cover a lot more people. And so these are some of the things that we believe will help the resilience of the city and make the city livable and be very competitive, you know, where you can benchmark the city with other big players, you know, of the kind of numbers, you know, that we have in the world. There are some things that are not within our control, but we're boxing everybody, we're pushing them to ensure. Power, for example. But we're ensuring that even as difficult as it is, we're having a conversation with the two discos, and we're ensuring that our people need to have this thing. We need to bring down the cost of doing business in this part of the world. We need to do it deliberately. And they're listening to us. We're putting our own scheme in the game as well. We're ensuring that they can provide minimum 22-hour power in some other parts of the state, and that has also started. So I want to say to you that this is the place to be. The number speaks here, the volumes are here, and you'll have your government that will certainly, you know, handhold you and ensure that, you know, everything works well for you.
You know, the governor said something about the Fort Mainland Bridge, which is a very critical piece of infrastructure in Lagos. But it also opens a new world of opportunities for investors in Lagos. So you must be asking, where is the map for that bridge? Where is it starting? Where is it ending? How do you take position before others come and run you out of business? The governor has also said that the green line running to Lekki, Ekpe will be bankable, and it will be something that I believe the Lagos State government will be opening up for private investors, whether by way of concessioning or even direct involvement in building. Without any question, Lagos is open for business. So join me in thanking our governor immensely for the time that he has spent with us this morning. Let's give him a standing applause, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I would like to now invite, as we transit, of course, as you know, this is Business Day. We need photographs for the newspaper. So I would like to invite the chairman of Platform Capital, Dr. Akintoye Akindele, and the CEO of IHS. And then, of course, our next speaker, Professor Mokalu, to step to the stage, please, to join His Excellency the Governor for a quick photograph as we transit to the next item on the program. No doubt that was very enlightening. The governor made, if you like, a subtle sales pitch to you all, emphasizing that transportation infrastructure is high up on the agenda. And I'm sure many of the Uber and Bolt drivers will be happy to hear that the governor, after his devotion, is looking at the traffic situation in Apapa, because from my experience, many of them don't like to go to Apapa. So hopefully that is opening up new opportunities.
No, they are coming now.
They are coming now, eh? They've started changing. Wonderful. No, as I mentioned, it's delightful to hear that the governor is keeping his eye on that. And no doubt the team at Business Day will also be happy to hear that. you can see the governor is still making that pitch. He's invested in this Apapa issue, no doubt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to the governor. Please, I think we can do better than that. I believe you've been informed by that fireside chat. And also, please, a round of applause to Mr. Frankai Bogun, who moderated that session very skillfully indeed. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and to all our speakers and partners. We are transiting to the next item on the agenda, but before we do that, I'm actually not alone in hosting today's event, so I do have a co-host. I would like you to now welcome, as she comes on stage, the editor for Business Day Weekender, Lele Balde. Please put your hands together for her. I think we can be more generous with the applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'll just hand over to her to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Wole. It's really a pleasure to be co-hosting with you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my name is Lele Balde, and I'm the editor of the Business Day Weekender, and it's really a pleasure to be with you today. So I'm just going to talk a little bit before I introduce our next speaker. So as you know, many African governments continue to rely on international aid for development. And there's a growing realization, backed by research, that aid is not only not working, but it sustains a lack of confidence in Africa and Africans. Excuse me. To quote the Director General of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, we should move from simplistic debates such as aid versus private sector, aid versus trade, etc. The issue should be about how to get collaborative models, multifaceted models at that bring together partnerships of governments, non-governmental organizations, donors, and other important stakeholders. As you know, the ABC agenda was carefully curated and developed to proactively address these critical issues, to showcase the strategic investment opportunities in Africa, and to also attract opportunities and also investors on the continent. So without any further ado, please allow me to welcome our next speaker, Professor Kingsley Mohalu, who is the founder and CEO of Sogato Strategies, LLC, and also the former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please kindly put your hands together for him. Professor Mohalu will be giving a keynote on business and politics, the implications of the 2023 elections for Nigeria and Africa's economy. Welcome, sir.
It's over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to make a few remarks, keynote remarks. I'll keep it short. It's simply to set a big canvas and a big frame for how we think about the relationship between business and politics in Nigeria and in Africa. And I'd like to thank the governor, His Excellency, the governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Jide Sanwo-Olu, for his very, very illuminating opening remarks at this conference. And I encourage him and congratulate him on all the work that he is doing for Lagos State and its people. When we talk about business and politics, and before I come to the implications of the elections itself, I think we need to set the canvas as a backdrop, because this conference is not just about Nigeria, as I understand it, it's also about Africa. So I want to make a few remarks about Africa in the world and how Africa's positioning in the world is influenced by the relationship between government and business, before I come specifically to Nigeria. Now, we all know that the world of today is a world that is framed by globalization. the interaction of products, ideas, cultures across previously well-laid boundaries, national boundaries. So the world economy today is becoming increasingly globalized. And some people have said that Africa is rising. And I said, when I wrote the book, Emerging Africa, that Africa is not yet rising. But Africa is definitely emerging. It's emerging as a place of interest, as a place of investment, and Lagos State is a very strong example of investment possibilities. Large population, a lot of need for infrastructure. So the question then is, where is Africa in the world today compared to other continents? The truth is, even though we have many possibilities, we had hoped that the 21st century would be Africa's century. We are not sure if we can make it, but we will do our best. But if not, definitely the 22nd will be Africa's century, for sure. Now, a lot of that, whether that happens or not, depends on the relationship between African governments and business. And that brings up a lot of things. In Nigeria, we can talk about the business of politics and the politics of business. I will explain in a moment. The business of politics is not a very positive subject because in many African countries today, and certainly in Nigeria, politics has become very big business. Many people are in politics to make money, and that's not the right kind of relationship between politics and business. When politics itself, which is supposed to be about service, which is supposed to be about electing governments that can create an enabling environment for business, when politics itself becomes the business, there is a big challenge up there. Then you have the politics of business. The politics of business has to do with a condition we see in Nigeria and many African countries: cronyism, rent-seeking, which comes from businesses and government officials colluding to extract rents. But this is not addressing the fundamental challenge of poverty in Africa. So this is just an opening comment. And in all of this, we are missing the real relationship that should exist between politics and business. Because, as I said, the purpose of politics is to elect governments and leaders that will create a better life for our citizens. Nigeria's constitution says the purpose of government is the security and welfare of Nigeria's citizens. If you look at the United States, for example, and many other advanced countries, we find that the economy and the business conditions shape electoral outcomes. But that's not yet so much the case in Nigeria. We have, and in many African countries, we have other factors: ethnicity, religion, geopolitical or geoethnic calculations that are dominant factors. We have even the matter of poverty itself and stomach infrastructure. But the purpose, how we should assess governments, is whether or not they are creating prosperity. Full stop. That is, to me, the beginning and end of the matter. After security, are you securing the land? Are you securing the people? Are you creating the conditions for economic prosperity and for businesses to start and to grow and employ people and create jobs? That's what politics should be about. So if the purpose of government is to create a better life, the question arises, how? This brings up, for me, questions of economic philosophy, which is absent in most African countries, and questions of economic policy. I put out a tweet yesterday, and I saw that it attracted quite a lot of attention. I was quoting Winston Churchill, who said that capitalism is the unequal creation of wealth, and socialism is the equal distribution of poverty. Winston Churchill, of course, had many, many interesting sayings, and I would recommend to you a book called The Wicked Wit of Winston Churchill. And I remember, of course, one of his other very famous quotes when he said, "I am prepared to meet my maker. The question is whether my maker is prepared for my arrival." So when we talk about economic philosophy, and this has practical impact on business, on investment, the business environment, and whether we can create jobs, there is a fundamental question of economic philosophy that is not being addressed. We have become so transactional that we have forgotten that every society that created the wealth of nations was based on some philosophy or the other. Every man and his uncle, every woman and her aunt in Africa today is, I think we can say, a capitalist of some sort or the other. But do we understand what capitalism itself means? Do we understand that capitalism is an economic philosophy and that it requires 3 conditions to create wealth across the board? Not just wealth for 1 or 2 people, but wealth for the citizens broadly. Those conditions are, number 1, property rights. Capitalism is a philosophy of freedom. By the way, I am a capitalist. No apologies, but I'm not a capitalist of the dog-eat-dog variety, because we must moderate capitalism. And that's why we find today in countries like the United States the debate between shareholder capitalism and stakeholder capitalism. That debate is raging because people have seen the limits of the free market. Some people said, oh, we saw it in the banking crisis, in the global financial crisis, when some people said for so many years that banks don't need to be strongly regulated. They should be allowed to create wealth. And I said, yeah, you're right. My children can tell me we don't need to be regulated. We can arrange ourselves properly. If you believe that, you'll believe anything if you're a parent. Which parent allows his children not to be regulated? So governments must create a regulatory environment. And this is a limitation on the free market, and a necessary one. So we have issues of property rights. The Land Use Act in Nigeria, for example, vests the right to land in the government. This is a major obstacle to wealth creation in this country. There were reasons for the Land Use Act, but that era has passed. I call for the constitutional abrogation of the Land Use Act because it creates unnecessary bureaucracies, it limits what use people can put to land. There's a difference between when you own land in freehold and you can do whatever you want with it, and when you simply have a certificate of occupancy. You're simply a tenant of the government. And that is not very good for the creation of prosperity across countries and for the citizens. The second requirement of capitalism is innovation. The innovative spirit is very essential to create wealth. The wealth of the Western world and Asia is based on innovation. The whole world, most of the world was poor until about 300-400 years ago, when people began to invent a lot of things. And as inventions came up and property rights, inventors had rights to their invention, and then you had patent laws develop. And so many of these inventions improved the quality of life. So innovation is an essential requirement for the capitalist creation of wealth. By the way, even despite the limitations of capitalism, we find empirically that capitalism has been the greatest creation of the creator of wealth in the world. Compared with communism and socialism, we know about the Cold War and we know how it ended. And we know who won and who lost. So the third thing that capitalism requires is capital. You can't be a capitalist without capital, but that's what's happening in many African countries today. Because there is a lack of access to capital, the economies are not generating enough taxation. So, the infrastructure is weak, so the cost of capital is high. So for people to borrow, they have to pay stupendous, humongous interest rates. And this restricts economic development and economic growth. So we need to think about these things when we think about the relationship between politics and business, because politics is what elects governments, and it is governments that create the environment in which business operates. And we know that the two strongest institutions in the world are governments and business, because businesses create jobs and create wealth for people. In the matter of philosophy as well, which oftentimes we like to avoid, but I say it is very essential. Go and look at all the countries like the United States and France, Europe, Japan, Asia, China. They engage with these matters of economic philosophy, because that must be the basis on which any country can create consistent economic policy. In Nigeria, we have a problem that there is no consistency of economic policy. Some governments come, they're laissez-faire, they lean towards laissez-faire, and sometimes they overdo it. Some governments come, they're statist, but they don't have the bureaucratic competence to run a statist type of economy. Our civil service is not very strong, not the way it used to be. So these are some of the issues regarding business and politics. Let me talk about the 2023 elections briefly. The elections are coming. I hope and intend to be a candidate in the presidential election. What's the implication of these elections for the business environment in Nigeria? There are several. I think the 2023 elections bring to mind the importance of electing an economically competent government. The economy of Nigeria is definitely not where it should be, and we should not confuse the pursuit of economic growth for economic development. As I often say, the two are not quite the same. They are related, and you need growth for development, but to focus only on growth, but you're not looking at issues of human development, social infrastructure, education, healthcare, investments, potable water, investments in those areas remain essential. These are public goods that create the environment for business. Are our young people graduating from universities skilled? They have degrees, but do they have skills? We need skills at this stage of our economy. And so I argue, for example, that our curriculum should move towards STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and so on. So we need to elect an economically competent government because it is the political leadership, whether it's competent or incompetent in managing the economy, that determines the wealth or poverty of Nigerians and many African countries. Many people talk about technocrats. I was a technocrat, so why have I gone into politics? It's because I saw the limitations of being a technocrat. When we were in the central bank was independent, and we did a lot in the space that we controlled. But we looked across at some other areas of government, and we saw that the technocrats were not pulling their weight. And that's because the political system suppressed them. So you need to have political leaders who are technocratically competent in order to be able to create the environment, a good environment for business and to grow the economy. So this is very important. The 2023 elections bring up the importance of generational change. The youth of this country, what is their future? They make up 67% of the population. But what's their future? So some of us argue that there has to be a generational change in the leadership of this country. And we need to have a leadership that is closer to younger people and understands young people and can relate to them and has a passion for their future. This is very, very essential, generational change. And that has implications for the economy because it has implications for the opportunities that those young people will face or not have, whether they can create jobs for themselves because they have skills and so on. There are very important implications for population and productivity. We have a large population. By 2050, Nigeria will be 400 million people. Those 400 million people, will they be creating wealth, or will most of them be unemployed, as is the case today? If that is the case, then we're in for a big trouble in the years to come. So 2023 elections are very decisive for the future of Nigeria. It has implications for gender equity and gender equality. And this has also economic implications, because we know the role that women play in our economies, especially in an informal sense. The elections have implications for infrastructure. And Governor Sanwo-Olu spoke a lot about the work that his government is doing in infrastructure. The elections have implications for business regulation. They have implications for taxation. They have implications for political stability or instability. If the elections don't go well and political violence and instability begins to consume the land, this becomes a very unfriendly environment for business investment, and we must avoid this. So these are some of the implications of the 2023 elections for us. We cannot pretend in business that politics does not matter. Citizens and corporate executives should get involved as citizens. You don't have to be a partisan politician, but you should vote. You must get your voter's card and vote, because those votes can determine our future. So these are a few remarks that I wanted to give as we think about the role of business and politics. It's very decisive, and I'd like to welcome and thank everyone here who has listened to my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure. As he goes back to his seat, please can we put our hands together again for him? I think very, very useful comments. The point he made about having an economic philosophy, I think is a message that really needs to resonate across the African continent. It's not just enough for us to drive growth, we must drive development, and usually we need an economic philosophy that must be, obviously, truly African for us to make that happen. Wonderful. All right, so we're moving on now to our next presentation. And earlier I mentioned that we'll be getting a glimpse of the enthusiasm with which some are approaching the African continent as we drive recovery post-pandemic. And our next speaker, I have no doubt, will reflect that enthusiasm. He is doing incredible things. Certainly his organization is doing incredible things across the continent, and I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit about that. So please welcome to the podium the chairman of Platform Capital, Dr. Akintoye Akindele, as he steps forward to share a few thoughts. Cheers.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I think we need to give the last speaker a major round of applause. He's a very bold man who, like he said, was a technocrat that's going to do politics. I have no such ambitions in my life. And so when you find people that can do that, you have to celebrate and support them. I think my ticket for being on this stage is not because Platform Capital is Africa's most active investment firm. Last year we did 40 deals across the continent. The year before we did 17. And this year we're doing 100 deals. That's not why we're here. I didn't think that my being invited had to do because I also teach at University of Lagos. I teach the business masters and PhD people in finance. My being here is because I'm a hope merchant. I'm a grace servant. And Africa is my first love. I talk about Africa all the time. I'm investing in it. I've done so for the last 25, 27 years. All I know, all I believe, all I think about is Africa. And whether it's emerging or rising, I love it. So, but I do my job by telling stories. So I'm going to tell you a story of Africa. before I tell you why we are betting big on it. So, a lot of people always confuse what Africa is. This is not working. It's Africa. So I'm going to start about, I say, who, what, and when. Briefly, let's go on a small journey of this Africa that we talk about. A lot of us are confused. We think that Africa is just this dark continent, knowing that Africa actually is the world. Africa birthed the world. Everything you are seeing today, we had 10, 20,000 years ago. I don't trade in narratives or rhetorics. I trade in facts. I'm an investor, you see, and that means I must invest in understanding theses I understand. Facts, thesis, themes, trends, that's what I invest in. We have data, research backing everything we do. All we do is research and we take positions. And that's why I think I invest to the extremely happy with our returns. This is what you read in the media about Africa. No, I'm not done. This is what you read about Africa. They said our name was Alkebulan, mother of mankind. I like that name, by the way, than Africa. Because Africa was from a guy, Luis Africanos, a Portuguese guy who called us Africa. How can a Portuguese name Africa? It's not possible. This is size. This is what they say about GDP is, real-wise, mean basically adjusting for inflation and nominal. But all this is not real. So what else are they not telling us about Africa? So let me tell you a small story about this continent. Whether you are going through the Bible, or through science, or through archaeology, life started here. Simple. Started here. Jesus was black. Read your Bible. He's not blue-eyed, blonde. I'm sorry. Got curly hair. Egypt is not by Arabs. No. It's the Cushites. You'll see them very soon. So life started here. And see this evolution you are seeing. This is how we evolved. This is how white pigmentation happened by migration over time. This is a timeline. By the way, it's all online. What is going to make Africa great again is the same thing that we lost. Technology brought us down, is bringing us back. The rise of technology is why Africa is going to be great again. We lost our superiority in the world because of two things. One, bullets, right? We could not convert our own fire to bullets. And two, Christianity or religion. They took our spirituality, they gave us religion. They took our knowledge, they gave us education. So that's why we have to spend 20 years in school to be able to earn a living. You know? They took everything. It's technology that will bring us back. Everything here is online. Blue eyes came from Africa. Long hair came from Africa. This is how we evolved. So first is, really, we are mother of mankind. And that then means that a son may learn a few things than the mother after a while. But mother is still the mother. Right? You can have newer clothes than your mother. You can have rags like your mother. Experience. Is that experience I'm going to tell you about that is driving what a lot of people are not seeing right now. Again, just put in context. We've had how we evolved. Did you know? This is all online. I like to just spend time online. Elon Musk is still trying to chase Mansa Musa wealth-wise. Mansa Musa was the wealthiest man ever. When he did a pilgrimage from Mali Empire to Hajj, he was giving out gold on the trip. He crashed the price of gold in Egypt. They had to beg him and say, please take your gold back. He was a market maker already himself. Or everything you don't know about the Kushis or the Kemites. You have history. There's a small island off the coast of Santorini called Akrotiri. Santorini is in Greece. The island was found in 1968, was submerged. That civilization existed 5,000 years before Christ. That was when it was a volcano, then submerged it. It had existed 5,000 years before then. So 10,000 years ago, that civilization lived. Their major trading partner was Africa. They had to come and buy stuff in Africa and take back home. In fact, their gods were African. When they discovered the island 40 years ago, 50 years ago, the only thing they survived was a golden stool from Egypt. Everything buried. Now, this is very interesting. Europe only had toilets in 19th century. In fact, if you go to a few hotels, they start advertising that we had toilets on every floor in 1940. Europe only had 4-story buildings in 300 years ago. Akotiri had 5, 6-story buildings, 10,000 BC. Using technology they learned from Africa. They had toilets in every room. Go and read it. So we are not backward. We are not without history. We are not without heritage. We gave birth to the world, and we are on the world again. And another fun fact, by the way, a genome has confirmed that everybody, every man that has won 100-meter dash in the world has a Niger Delta genome. Nigeria, fact. Published next month, genome, fact. So everybody, from Usain Bolt to everybody, they were slaves. The descendant of slaves that left Africa, that left Nigeria, which is a fact anyway, because 44% of slaves left from Nigeria. So for it to be 100 meters dash, you have to be Niger Delta. So it's not just about bunkering alone. We have talent. Okay, so again, context-wise, I'll give you a bit of modern history, because I'm building into why we got here, please. Very important narrative. Just follow me. A lot of us know the Ghana Empire, Malay Empire. One we don't know is the Kush, the Kemites in Sudan. They conquered the entire continent and the world. Matter of fact, the only Roman emperor to conquer London was black. It was black. Because they conquered Egypt, conquered Roman, it's black. The Kush, the Kemites, they dominated the world. BC, years before Europe even had understood what it meant to be Europe. To the Ghana Empire, to the Mali Empire, we had civilizations. Next slide, guys. When Europeans first came to Africa, now listen to this, please. They used to come and trade with us. Very soon, one of our companies called Kuramo, they're going to publish on Netflix or Amazon, Lost Nations. We found a civilization in Ife. They were making glass 1,000 years ago. Glass and glassware. Now, to do glass and glassware, we must first melt sand to thousands of degrees before you can make glassware. So Europeans used to come from Portugal, come to Benin and Ife, buy the glass, stop in Gold Coast, Ghana, buy gold and take it back home. For 400 years, they came to learn from us how to make glass, how to have street lights, how to build walls. They learned it from us. So we were advanced. We just did not leverage technology. We had it. And that's the danger in life. It's what you have that you don't value that other people take away from you. Nobody did anything to us. We gave ourselves away. They stayed with us for 400 years before they colonized us. 400 years. So if you are thinking in terms of what I said, celebrate Prof for doing, it is not an easy thing. You must have almost in your consciousness a deliberate attempt to stay on top of your game. They stayed with us for 400 years. So if you don't invest in your future or your kids, you are mortgaging your heritage. Then they colonized us, and they gave us false independence. And then we have what they call Africa today. This is how we got here. We gave ourselves away. They did not give us mirrors for slavery, no. It was our greed that gave our people away. They did not give us, we gave everything we had away. There are street lights. Back in the day, the Portuguese prince used to come and learn governance in Benin and Oyo Empire to go back and be kings. That's where we are from. And again, we are sleepwalking into the future again without preparing for it. Next slide, guys. So, then what happened? You said World War II, I agree. I said independence to COVID. These are liberating events, COVID. COVID is the major differentiator that's going to make us, at least with COVID and the pandemic, we have to reset our brains. Those of us that are used to traveling abroad, we have to stay at home for a long time. Some made babies, I understand. It's okay to make babies, which is another good thing for us. We make babies a lot. Our birth per capita is higher than in the world. That's a good thing, because in the next 30 years, Africa will have more people in schools than Europe has people. So we made babies. But we had to reset our ecosystem and structures. But let me tell you what happened after independence. When the colonizers left us, they realized we were resource rich, consumption poor. They were consumption rich, resource poor. So they developed all the upstream sectors and did not connect upstream to the last mile consuming. So we export cocoa, we buy chocolate. $4 billion, $80 billion. We export cotton, we buy fashion. We export gold, we buy jewelry. We export crude, we buy petrol. Insanity. You know why? They take our resources and pay us for a low value, they add value and ship it back. Hence, how can you tell me my continent is poor when the entire world's economy is built on our backs? How? How? Tell me, every phone in your hand right now requires cobalt or lithium from Congo. All you are wearing is cotton for my people. So, but because, like I said, we forgot that adding value and being brother's keeper is what to make us separate. We give ourselves. A lot of us are so smart, can't say stupid. We save money abroad to lend back to our country. A lot of us have our money offshore, and our company go and borrow from them again. So we're taking our money back, and we say charity begins at home. They left us with no middle infrastructure. So we're dependent on resource-based economy, and they call it Dutch disease. How can it be Dutch? It's African disease. It's our own problem. So everything you see here, from our children not being in schools to electricity, was a deliberate result of us as people not taking initiative to invest in ourselves. When we don't have people, like you said, governance that can own, that can drive, that can make sure things are in place. For 60 years, then COVID happened. You had the governor. We're now building infrastructure. We're building red line, blue line, 60 years after. But like they say in Igbo, when you wake up, it's your morning. Next slide. So, we started trending this for a while. We started finding inflection points. What we do is, as a platform, we look for industries that we say have gone beyond inflection points. We map all these things and then put them by industry. Where they go above scale, that's what we invest in. These are the things, and look at turning points. We didn't start turning gradually. The major difference that we found was technology, mobile phone penetration, started changing governance, communication, consumption, education, skill. And what then happened next? What then happened? This is what happened. Because of what happened, we're now the second biggest mobile phone in the world market. We leapfrog legacy infrastructure. They say in the past, you have to build, and it's very important where we're betting on, you have to build infrastructure. You can leapfrog it. Back in the day, under the old, annoying, agrarian, GDP-based economy, you have to build utilities. Now, it's not last mile. You can leapfrog it. You don't have to build big power plants anymore. You can do mobile power plants. You don't have to build big anything. You can just go to last mile, consumption-based only. And look at money coming in. And this money is not even near there. Next, now, go back, please. Don't go there. This slide is what all of you have seen. Even the way they portray our continent is a joke. But the largest, look at it. This is true size. Tell me which continent is bigger than this. But when you start buying what people are telling you, you want other people's narrative, you start defining yourself by their perspective. So what will change is, next slide, guys, let's go. So COVID was better for Africa than any continent in the world. These are the negative parts. You can see it. But it just started a renaissance. Because now we're having this conference again. When business days said they'll do this conference, we will do it. We'll do physical, we'll own a narrative. Governor just said we are out of bet. When we were making this bet, we were not even sure this will happen, but we said we'll make a bet. Only fortune favors the brave. And that's why we are here today. Because the business day team that today will be brave and make it happen. And that's why so please round up for them, please. So, where are we going? Next slide. No, yeah. This is what tomorrow looks like again. From the media you see, from online, from everything you read. I don't buy this. I don't agree with these numbers. They're not real. I also have a PhD in finance. I'm an engineer, so I can run numbers myself. I understand economics very well. I teach it. So let's go. Let me show you what I see. First and foremost, Africa's GDP is not $2.69 trillion. I don't agree. So what did we do? And I'll show you how we did it. And you, Professor, you can judge me. First is split Africa in formal and informal economy. Separate it. We know that. Then use money supply. GDP is a production-based economic tool. In a market that is service-based and technology does not work, it just because you leapfrogged it. So I adjusted for that. Africa's economy is $14 trillion. We have data to show you. That's how I start. You're going to publish a book and let people attack it. So we're not that small, actually. If you are big, if you are big and you think you are big, you start talking big and thinking big. Stop thinking small. How come we have 300 million MSMEs and we can't transit them to big companies? And America has 30 million and they are bigger companies. How come of 800 unicorns, we only have 8? Because we are thinking small. Guys, you are big. You are big. You are big. Now, another joke. They say that inter-African trade is $1.6 billion. That means on the average, each country does $2 billion trade with each other. It's a lie. Have you gone to Seme, Badagry border, and see trade? What about Togo, Aflayo border, and see trade? This number is wrong. It's at least 20 times that number. It's not captured. Why would they capture it again? They don't want you to realize that you are sufficient for yourself. Next slide. And Nigeria. They say we have $459 billion. That's not possible. Prof, you know this. You don't want to say it in public. That's not possible. We are bigger than that. Doing the same number, so we are. And we have not even adjusted for informal. Just money supply. Look at this graph, please. Money supply to GDP ratio. This is what it should be. Even SC and Co. Because money supply is what you see. That money in circulation. If there's no economic activity, there's no money. So where's money coming from? It's not miracle, it's not magic. Adjust money supply for GDP, that's your size. Again, why are you playing small, guys? Why not backing your brothers? Why not investing in each other? Why not supporting each other? There's money being made here. Do you realize how much money is being taken out in dividend and capital royalties by international firms that they don't declare to you? In gaming, in technology, in movies, in music. When we did the GDP, we had no music industry that's global. Now, go to any club in London, America, you are hearing African music. But when eating African food, when African fashion, we should debase this GDP again. It's not real anymore. Next slide. Again, see the old economy on us. It's a joke. Next slide. And they tell us that they give us aid. It annoys me. It does, though. If you add FPI inflows, aid, and this, our diaspora remittance is more than it now. So we fund ourselves already anyway. But why are we not galvanizing it? Structuring it? We're not an aid continent. Why not? Next slide. So, what are we betting on? Having said all this, we believe the only way we're going to scale forward is to have a scalable business model, like sector agnostic, region agnostic. Think Africa, don't think Nigeria. Africa is coming, leverage it. Think globe, think scale, scalability. Ecosystem, you can't do it alone. Have partners, collaborate. Look at value chain businesses. You have the utility, we are consumption people. Africa have to consume. Utility, I must see value, it must be linear. It must be very, very cost effective. It must be nimble. Otherwise, you will not succeed. And what are these businesses? Next slide. We see a lot of things happening, guys. Yeah. Energy, sustainability is key. Gas is key. Mobility is key. Very important. Agriculture. These key sectors I think that we are betting on because they meet all the. And if you want to see us, we'll give you all data, the subsectors, the themes, and we're already invested in them and making good use. Next slide. Tech is there. Services, education. Keep going. We'll share all this with you later. Business Day has it. Follow up with them. Let's go. Please, I need a few minutes for this. Embrace Africa, everybody. Africa is one. Berlin Conference may have created our borders, but those borders should be bridges, not barriers. Bridges, not barriers. All right? Leverage it. Governance is important. World class. Stop thinking small. Whether you're a small business or not, keep your books. Pay your taxes. Pay your staff. Do pension. Governance is about sustainability. You can consume and keep everything today, but you sacrifice your tomorrow. Do right things. Education and skill. It's not just about physics and STEM. It's about fashion, it's about music, about agriculture. Let's acquire skills. Extremely important. Only the skilled people will dominate in the future. Next slide. Again, these are the numbers we see in infrastructure. But now let me leave you some few thoughts quickly. I know they're already nudging me to go. I need to leave all of you with this. If you're going to take away anything from my presentation on why African, everybody listening, now look at this. Next slide. There are various, everybody says capital is the problem in Africa. No. We have more money than sense here. It's now under our bed sheets. It's now bank savings. All of you here, you're always saving for tomorrow that you may not see. You are great at saving, not investing. You cannot save your way to the future. If you save $100K every day for 20 years, you're not a billionaire. But if you invest $100K in one business, you'll be a billionaire in one move. Invest in VCs. Invest in ideas. Invest in people. There are sparks all over the world. There are angel networks. You have to do this thing. Let me show you this slide, next slide. This is actually a very annoying slide to us. Total VC that came to Nigeria was $300 million in VC. Nigerians only contributed 10% of that. But now, if you just take 1% of capital available in the country from the pension funds, 1%, they will not miss it. We'll have $4 billion to invest in these people. 1.4 will invest. So when they say pay stack and flutter wave, find out who made that money. Silicon Valley, not you people. It didn't stay here. That's being colonized again. You are making money here, it's going out. And you are saving the money in the bank that they are borrowing to invest in it. Clap for yourself for being smart. Next slide. What about this? If Africa was in the Olympics, this is what will be. Number one. But yes, they gave us Canada, give you citizens, America, you go and compete for them. Oh, look at it. Is this France or this Africa? Right? Next slide. Next slide, guys. Let's wrap it up. Again, there are many things for you to celebrate that you don't realize. Next slide. So yeah, let me leave you with this. It's time to rethink Africa. GDP is broken. It won't work for us. Totally. Informal to gig. Translate those informal jobs to gig. Let's digitize them. Very important. Beyond classroom, skills are important. And Africa where we all go together. Focus on positive. Leave negativity alone. Don't trade negativity. Nobody ever trade negativity and succeeds. It may be tough today. Tomorrow is always kinder than today for you. I promise you. Integrate nation building. Everybody here must be a leader. You must do something. Either be politics or be a brother. You must do something. You cannot be a consuming resource in a nation. You must consume and produce at the same time. Get involved in something creative in your environment. Capital formation. All that money you are saving, God help you. Black is our own narrative. Black is cool. Black means be your brother's keeper, be loyal, be authentic, not just capable. Black is the only way to forward. I thank you very much. My name is Akinto Akinele. I work for Private Capital, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Akindoye. Let's put our hands together for that very wonderful and riveting, very inspiring presentation. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you very much. Wow, 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 what a presentation. Indeed, Africa is worth investing in. Africa is something that we should be proud of. And thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. You gave us a history lesson. You told us what to do in terms of investments. Indeed, we do not need to go back to colonial days. We need to be proud of who we are and continue investing in ourselves. So thank you again, Dr. Akindele Akintoye, Chairman of Platform Capital. Thank you very much for that very exciting presentation. So without any further ado, we're going to move to the next stage of the conference, which is a keynote panel, which is Trade, Manufacturing, and Economic Integration, a discussion and a Q&A. Essentially, we're talking about Africa recovery, building back better through trade. So please allow me to invite the moderator, David Malinga, who is the East Africa Bureau Chief for Bloomberg. Let's kindly put our hands together for David. He is joining us virtually. Allow me to invite our guests and speakers, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, who is the MD of Ladol. I believe she's with us here in the audience. Please kindly join us on stage. Dr. Amy Jadesimi, or perhaps she's joining us online. I'd also like to invite Kule Elebute, who is the chairman of KPMG Africa, is joining us virtually as well. And Shuban Shaduri, who is the World Bank country director for Nigeria, who I believe is also joining us online. So this will be an all virtual panel. Kindly, even if it's a virtual panel, let's put our hands together for our panelists as well as our moderator. So David, over to you, and I'm sure this is going to be a very exciting panel. Thank you.
And the last one was, as interesting as well. So thank you very much.
Hello, David. David, if you can hear me, my apologies. We just need to add someone who is actually in the room to join this panel. We missed that out. He is none other than Kelvin YB, who is the Managing Director of the Edo State Investment Promotion Office. He's joining us in the room, so please do your best to pose some questions to him as well. He's sitting on stage. Thank you. So sorry for that. Please go ahead.
So welcome to this is keynote two of the East Africa Business Convention. My name is David Molina. I'm East Africa's leadership for Bloomberg, and I'm joining you from Nairobi. The theme of this session is trade, manufacturing, and economic integration. This is where the excitement begins, because you'll be able to ask your questions, you, the audience, both virtually and from within the room. I will be giving out some instructions for how you can do that virtually. So by the name of the theme, trade, manufacturing, and economic integration, if you've been in Africa or have been following Africa for the last couple of years, you will definitely know that we are talking about something that is close to or entirely only the African continental free trade area. And indeed, that statement that trade is the currency of the world holds true in the business sense. As Africa seeks to deepen economic integration and increase trade among African nations, it's important to build on the momentum from the AFCFTA to deliver inclusive prosperity for all Africans. So in this session, we're going to be exploring ways of leveraging trade among all our African nations and hasten Africa's recovery from the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So before we start, allow me just again to introduce the panelists very briefly. Like was already mentioned, we have Kunle Elebute, who is the senior partner at KPMG Nigeria, as well as chairman of KPMG Africa. We also joined by Shuban Shaduri, who is the World Bank country director for Nigeria. We also have Dr. Amy Jadesimi, who is the managing director of LADOR. That is the Lagos Offshore Logistics. And then the person we cannot see in the room, holding for us physically, is Kelvin, Edo State Investment Promotion Office. So I'm going to start off straight away with a question to Mr. Shore. Why is it extremely urgent that Africa really moves on to trade among its states at this time, but also focus on trading with the rest of the world?
Thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't join you down in Lagos. I'm staying out there in Abuja. Look, let me actually begin by rephrasing or taking a step back from the question you posed. I think the relevant question to begin with, why does Africa need to catalyze private investment, diversify its economy, or economies of Africa, and create the jobs that are needed for its young and growing population? Okay? So what does Africa need to do? Catalyze private investment, diversify economies, Now, that itself, and why is that something that will help catalyst private investment? Freeing up borders. And again, I mentioned bridges, right? If every business is looking to tap into the biggest market out there that's possible, right now, firms look at markets that are limited by the thick borders that most African countries have set up. And that automatically kind of limits their thinking. It's hard to think big when you have to think within the confines of one national economy at a time. So that's the basic argument. I have a little bit more to say if we can come back on, even though we might all in this room recognize the importance of that, I think the way forward to actually make the case to the African public, to our political leaders, and greater trade and economic integration is critical. I think we have to begin with what's foremost on the domestic political agenda and public discourse in those countries, which is about value add and job creation. So the link is not, we can't just jump right to trade and economic integration. We have to first think about how is domestic value add going to be increased, and then make the case for, what are the prerequisites and how does trade fit into that overall agenda. Let me start with that.
Thanks for the first. So what would you tell, the young techies in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Dakar, who listen to you, really opening up the private sector, but again, are looking at government and say, give us the bridges, give us the platforms to jump on. And before you just answer that, I'm actually corrected. Dr. Kuhn is actually in the room. So we have two people, Dr. Calvin and Dr. Kuhn. You're most welcome, Mr. Kuhn. I will be coming to you after this. So, Dr. Shokin, just give us a range of that. What do we tell the young techies, the privates seeking to afford businesses across their counterparts in different cities across Africa?
Well, I think it's a very simple message, which is, to limit government, to limit yourself. So I was speaking to a political leader, a policy leader, and I were, one of these tech entrepreneurs in Lagos. First of all, tech entrepreneurs have already demonstrated what they can do even within the confines of the current system. But to even go further, it's really limit government to what government has, only government can do, and free up the space for us to flourish. Again, that often means dealing with a lot of behind the border and constraints to begin with. And in Nigeria, which I'm of course most familiar with, it has to do with, setting up the regulatory environment to private investment into power, into the finance, into fintech, so it's less about what government needs to do, it's more about what government needs to do less of. Okay? And so that would be the final message. Your reference to the entrepreneurs and dynamic culture, tech hubs in Lagos, for example, gives you a sense of what the potential is. If in the current context you can see that kind of dynamic, you can just imagine what the potential is to solve the constraints for it.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, before I bring in Dr. Kunde, I would like to inform all our audience who are joining us virtually that you can participate and send your questions. We will put them to the panelists. You can send them on slido.com, put in the hashtag ABC2022. Slido.com, hashtag ABC2022. If you can please tell us who you are and do the
Okay. On. Can you hear me? All right. Hello. All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me Business Day. Now, yeah, I know you're going to link everything to COVID-19. Can you hear me at all?
David, can you hear him now?
Can you
hear us?
Hear me now?
Hello, David? You cannot.
You cannot hear me?
Can you advise us on the technical team? Can you hear me now, David? Hello, David, can you hear me?
I think it's frozen.
It seems he cannot hear us. Okay, we'll get that fixed in a moment. Just hello, David, can you hear me? I'll just continue to test until you can hear us.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Hello, David?
Hello. Can you...
Okay, they fixed it now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I don't know which mic is working now. This one? Okay, all right. So I'm going to, there's a bit of an echo in the background. Okay, all right. So I know you're going to link this question to COVID-19, but I'm also going to take us to the fundamentals of trade in Africa. And I'm going to ask the question to the audience. I think I know the answer myself. What are we trading? What exactly are we trading in Africa? Yeah, AFTA is a great initiative. I support it 100%. I believe that African countries must trade amongst themselves. But what's the underlying economic activity that is causing trade between us? Let me give you some pointers. First of all, African countries largely are commodity-based. Minerals, oil, gas. Some are blessed also with agricultural commodities like maize and co. But many of these commodities that we find under the ground that we can actually use to trade amongst ourselves, you have to process them, whether it's cocoa or rubber or palm oil. You have to add value to them if they are minerals. If it's crude oil, if it's crude, you have to refine the crude. If you don't process them, who are you trading with? Okay? Now, the reason is that Africa is a domain for the global economy to come and take out raw materials and commodities and go and process them closer to the market. So cocoa, which Africa is probably one of the biggest producers on the globe, the majority of cocoa processing capacity sits where? In Rotterdam, in Singapore, close to the markets. We have some semblance of cocoa processing on the continent, but very small compared to what is done, what is needed to consume massive chocolate. Okay? The biggest country in the world for making chocolates, Switzerland, doesn't have any cocoa tree. Right? Refining capacity around the globe for refining crude oil. Most of it is in Europe, North America, and Asia. If you go to Singapore, massive refining capacity for the Asian market. No crude. So there's trade going on. Right. Now, secondly, if you move from commodities, the next thing you will trade are products you manufacture. The auto industry, for example, accounts for maybe 1/3 of global manufacturing capabilities. Not just making cars, but all the various components you need to make the cars and all the inputs. Okay? Do we make cars on the continent? Yes. Morocco produces more than 500,000 cars a year. 80% for export into southern Europe. South Africa makes about the same amount of cars. Half of it is for export, half of it is domestic consumption. It's only now that the guys in South Africa are thinking, let's make cars to export onto the continent. And Ford announced a $1 billion investment last year to increase capacity of manufacturing in South Africa, and then brought 12 component companies to come with them along to make components as well. Okay. Now, so that's another thing. Many countries in Africa don't have manufacturing capabilities, or even if they have, they're not at the economies of scale, and they're not globally competitive. Which is why, the local cloth that we call Ankara or whatever, or is Algeria, whichever one you want to make, which costs maybe they say in Kano, the textile factory there, it costs like maybe 500 naira a yard. I'm just using numbers now. The same item made in China shipped all the way to Nigeria, trucked from Lagos to Kano market, 150 naira. Same item. How can that guy compete if he's making the thing in Kano versus bringing it from China? The third point for me is ease of trade, logistics and transportation. Your shipping routes. Where are your shipping routes? If you want to ship something from Lagos to Accra, the rates you will get, the best rates you will get will be to ship that item to Rotterdam and back to Accra. More expensive to ship it directly to Accra. That's even if when you find a ship, they're going to carry it as well. Okay? So no shipping routes. Very few air freight routes. The dominant airline on the continent for air freight, Ethiopian Airlines. If not for Ethiopian Airlines and its air freight capability, most of the vaccines and most of the things we needed to fight COVID would not have entered Africa. But Ethiopian Airlines flew everything onto the continent. Where from? Either China or India. Rail links. The rail links that are on ground were built primarily to take raw commodities to the port for export. Finito. So really and truly, the challenge of making after work is not about signing the agreement or fighting by secretariats in Ghana. That's not the challenge. The challenge is how do we attract and have and build manufacturing capabilities that are with economies of scale, that are globally competitive, and therefore the market will buy what you want, what you're producing. The last point, of course, is currency. The only currency on the continent that you can easily access for trade is rand. If I want to send something to sell something to Kenya, the guy I can't take Kenyan shillings from him. The guy in Kenya has to go and look for dollars first. And then when he gets dollars, then he can then pay me in Nigeria. And I have dollars, and then I send the goods to him. So the currency of trade on the continent is not even the currency that we use day to day. It's either dollars or euros. So the recent payment platform that established by Afrexim, fantastic. But the next stage is to allow local currencies to be traded backed by central banks inside that payment platform, which is where Visa and MasterCard started many, many years ago. So coming back to the question about how we're going to recover from COVID-19, the recovery is not going to be because of trade amongst ourselves. The recovery is because we open our markets again for foreign importers to import into Africa. That's the recovery, pure and simple. And the biggest challenge, of course, is, if many countries didn't have any FX reserves, or those reserves were depleted during the pandemic, where is the currency to pay for the goods you want to import? And that's a big challenge across the continent. As you know, during the pandemic, Zambia defaulted on bonds. In fact, there was a question that is Zambia the next Zimbabwe? Okay. Many countries on the continent couldn't pay their debt during the pandemic, which is why they had to do a whole range of debt rescheduling and debt restructuring. As you know, prior to the pandemic, in 6-7 years ago, many countries in Africa were issuing bonds in the international bond market. And we're all clapping for them. Zambia issued bonds, everybody issued bonds on the continent. And then, come the pandemic, they couldn't service those bonds. Why? The underlying currency itself wasn't available. And then, of course, even when you have those countries that can export, what do they export in Zambia? Copper, in DRC, cobalt, so on and so forth. Those items are taken to Europe for production of XYZ. And if those markets in Europe are closed or demand is soft, then the prices of those commodities will drop. When they drop, it affects revenues for the country. First revenue for the country, inflation will spike. Currency will devalue. And it's the same cycle over and over again. I did economics in university 40 years ago. The challenges we face in Africa have not changed from pure play economics because we haven't done the right things to be able to grow our economies on the continent, which is a different topic for another day. So let me close at this point and let me go hand over back to the moderator. I hope I answered your question, but my view is that it's not about COVID-19 recovery. It's not about African countries trading amongst themselves. It's about us being able to reopen for the guys who want to continue to send goods to us. We haven't yet hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what we need to do to get trade to happen amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Really need the dollars again. So thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. I would like to
David, I am not sure she is online. Or is she? I am not sure she is.
Is she online? So she's
Maybe-
not online. I think you can go to the next speaker, please, David.
We'll check on that for you, David. Maybe you can just engage someone else while we try and confirm if she is online or not.
Okay, David, can you hear me? Great. Okay. Thank you. When we are looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area, which coincidentally commenced exactly 13 months ago today, which is 1st February. The commencement was January 2021. And 13 months ago, the African Continental Free Trade Area actually commenced. In addition, just a few days ago, the councils of ministers of trade met in Accra and to deliberate and get updates on the rules of origin, which is 87.7% of the tariffs being issued if the African Continental Free Trade Areas commence. And one of what they were looking at also is to see how we can start to commercialize operations under the African Continental Free Trade Area. In addition, it's important for us to note that what does the African Continental Free Trade Area brings to us? In my opinion, quick economic recovery. And maybe I may want to think like the Igbo man. I'm always on the field. So we may not have the answers to everything. But we can start. When Kule was speaking, he was talking about logistics, even within Nigeria. And all speakers here today have shown, even His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, how the Nigerian economy is even bigger than most African countries. So my opinion is, let's start from Nigeria. What is Edo State doing with Ondo? What is Edo State doing with Bayelsa? What is Lagos doing with Ogun? Let's start there. So when you talk about opportunities, we have seen a whole lot of opportunities. I happen to be on the National Committee for the Zero Oil Plan, which is actually looking at non-oil export revenues. The resources and the abilities we have in this country, I don't know how to say it. Some of them have already been said by Dr. Akindide. For me, subnationals, we need to start to look at how do we start to produce, manufacture. So I'll give you an example. Edo State, for example, we are known for oil palm. So what are we doing presently? We got in investors from the US, from Asia. They're all in Edo State. We've given out over 50,000 hectares of land. They are producing oil palm right now. And you will know that two of the major palm oil companies are in Edo State, Presco and Ukomu. Go and look at, they were one of the highest when you talk about shareholdings, returns, even last year. It shows that there are opportunities. So before we start to say the African Continental Free Trade Area, we need to put infrastructures in place, in my own opinion, let's start trading within ourselves. Let's just look at how easy it is to trade within ourselves. In doing that also, you would also observe that in the subnationals, we talked about land. How are we opening up land? So for us in Edo State, we have set up the Edo State Geographical Information System, which makes it easier for an investor that when you want to come in, if you want land, it's easy for you to get land. We are also looking at taxation. So if you want investment to come to the subnationals, and as it relates to AFTA, there's a program which I just started working on with my team, and it's called the Made in Edo Products. So what we want to try and see is, you have the ShopRites, you have the market squares, you have the SPAR. How many of Nigeria products are in those supermarkets? That is where we should start from. Because if SPAR, for example, receives your products as a Nigerian product, possibly you have gone through Standard Organization of Nigeria, you have gone through NAFDAC and all of that, and even gone through quarantine and all of that we have that we do. We should be very, very, very objective how we want to go with AFTA. If you remember vividly, when the African Continental Free Trade Agreement started, Nigeria was among the last countries to sign up, because the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria said Nigeria was going to be a dumping ground. So why am I using Nigeria as a case study? We have just said it, even without rebasing, that we are the largest economy in Africa. But are we the largest when it comes to trade? The answer is no. Benin Republic, when you look at their trade derivatives, you find out that it's even maybe higher than Nigeria. And what is our negotiations also? May he so rest in peace. When Ambassador Sakwe was in the trade team, go look at our trade negotiations. I don't want to say certain things here, but you will wonder for this country. We need to look at all of that. So we have a lot of opportunities, a whole lot of opportunities, investment of opportunities when it comes to, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. But what we really need to do is that let every state, we have 36 states and the FCT, if every state just concentrate on one product and fine-tune that product, and there's the political will in that particular state, you will find that by the time African Continental Free Trade Area commences, Nigeria will be at the forefront. I don't want to take so much time here, so I think I will stop here. Thank you very much. David, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Okay.
We can hear you.
So if we have any questions. Do we have a question? Here?
Okay, as we're going
No. Two. That question for, who would you like to respond to the question? Who would you like to respond to the question?
Okay, I can't hear Dr. Kone, so I'll
Okay, it's actually here, yes.
So I think Dr. Kone made the basic argument.
Hello.
Okay.
Makes it easier to do business, transact across border. And only thing I would add is that agreeing on a single currency is very, will take that. And in Europe, all countries of the European Union don't necessarily use the same currency. It was something that was negotiated and agreed to at the domestic level of all countries. So if there are any shortcuts to that, certainly the benefits would be huge. And I think full consensus within the domestic politics of all of the countries in terms of the, you're giving up sovereignty by having a single currency. Now, there can, of course, be possibilities for various, other forms where you're not, kind of having a single, currency for trade, which is separate, but then the benefits start to be limited. So if you're thinking of something like the euro, where the full benefits are realized, that will take, the benefits will be there, but the consensus towards that needs to be built first.
What about the solutions? Some of them that have been proposed, some of them that are already in process, like the likes of the African Bank putting up a fund, to help with FX issues, compensate where FX losses are. Will this help as we wait for this, legendary visional one currency, or are they actually making trade more expensive?
Would you like me to take a crack, or if Dr. Kunle and others, Kevin, are back, then they could also.
All right.
Okay.
Let me help you here. David, can you hear me?
Continue talking about this one currency issue.
Hello, David, can you hear me?
All is still muted.
Hello, David? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, okay, all right. I think Dr. Chowdhury probably mentioned a few points around the single currency. A big single currency means you want to have one central bank. One central bank, one monetary policy. That's going to be a very tough journey to try and embark upon. I would suggest that, first of all, let's get the African payment system platform working. And in practical terms, each central bank will have to have an account in that payment platform and fund their own position, obviously with foreign currency, such that trade can happen between two parties, in local currency, but settlement will happen through that payment platform via the central banks who are members of that payment platform. And then, to give that platform even much more credibility, you could invite one of the big payment companies like either MasterCard or Visa to take a stake in it. Second stage is that you could then go ahead and consider single currencies along regions. So West Africa could have its own single currency, East Africa could have, Southern Africa could have, because you have one big economy in each of these regions that can basically use their balance sheet to be able to, make the currency to be able to become acceptable, within that region. And as a result, if you only have 3 or 4 currencies on the continent, then it makes it easier to trade within regions. But to try and see if you can get to one currency, that's a longer journey. Because of course, clearly, you see what happened in Europe. Many countries in Europe felt that it impinged on their own ability to take decisions for political reasons. Because sometimes monetary policy and fiscal policy are not just pure play economics, but also there are political issues that impact which way you decide how you decide to spend money. For example, you want to support your airline, and it's a loss-making airline. For example, and you're pumping money in that airline, and it's an airline because it has the national brand and national carrier, but it's a loss-making business, and that has massive fiscal implications. And that, of course, would then have an implication on monetary policy as well. So I think single currency is not on the table for now. That's my own view. I think get the payment platform to work effectively, and then pursue the possibility of having single currencies for each regional economic zone. That, I think, is something we can achieve. Even if you do that in 10 years, I think you'd have achieved a lot.
I do concur with Kole on this. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PASS, became operational 13th of January. And I do know that Afrexim Bank is really driving this process with other partners. In my own opinion, technology will play a huge role on this. If you look at the payment systems, we just need to strengthen the PASS payment system, get more partners on board. For me, that will be a quicker way to achieve in terms of payment settlements. Once we're able to achieve that, then we can start to go with the regional currency as we are thinking about that. But we should understand that there's a whole lot of politics in some of these issues, and we just need to start with technology first. Then we can start to look at maybe getting but single currency. We have the Africa Agenda 2063, and that is we started in 2013. I don't know if we can achieve a single currency before the ending of that agenda. So I think we should take the very low-hanging fruit for me, which is technology, and we can get a lot of people on board, because once you have an easy payment platform, that will be the first way to start. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
If you'd like to keep the mic, Kelvin, I'll stay with you just a little bit, because when you talk about technology and things actually working, the biggest question when it comes to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that people always ask is it actually working? Has it started working? Is it, rolling out? Is it just a dream that is going to remain on paper? So Kelvin, I want to ask you, as someone from Edo State, in Nairobi, where I'm sitting, we have very many Nigerian shops selling, very nice West African clothes. I bought some when, I came back to Kenya from Abuja, and, I regretted carrying all that lot because I found everything in Nairobi. Very many, Nigerian restaurants. So can a trader of palm oil in Edo send that palm oil to a restaurateur in Nairobi and pay them via M-Pesa or Panga or cheaper cash, and they resolve, that they settle, their differences right there and then business continues? Can that happen as we speak today?
Okay, thank you, David. But maybe I should just throw right that to you first, maybe before I answer that, right? Do you have palm oil in Kenya? Nigerian palm oil in Kenya?
The room is muted.
Okay, do you have Nigerian palm oil in Kenya, in Nairobi? Can you hear me? Oh, good. Yes. Okay, great. So my point is, trade, and if you recall, there's a whole lot of informal trade going on. So the answer is we are getting there. Right now, I do know traders that trade palm oil in Cameroon, Ghana, and one interesting fact, the palm oil you may find in the US, it will say made in Ghana, but it's a Nigerian palm oil. That is where, for some of us, we need to start to rethink, because you find a situation where a lot of things are leaving the country informally. It's not being paid for, let me put it that way. And it's being labeled by other African countries, and it's coming from Nigeria. So we need to look at that. So when you say palm oil leaving Nigeria to Kenya, yes, but it's living informally. That is where technology comes in. So for a subnational like us, for example, when there was COVID-19, we started placing MSMEs on, let's say, e-commerce platform. So we are working on that. And that is where the PESA and what Afrexim Bank is doing is great. We would have to see how subnationals can, on the back of Afrexim, the payment systems, still be able to work and place these MSMEs on those platforms, because naturally they would not want to come on the platform on their own. Understand that when you talk about taxation, a lot of them feel they are not ending so well. So why should I put, because immediately you get to a platform, you start to pay taxes and all of that. That is where my agency comes in, to make them investment ready, to show them that even when you pay taxes, at the same time you can earn and you can make profit from your products or services which you are rendering. We have a lot of young people that are developing applications, David. I want to say here that we need to support them so that some of these payment systems and the question you just asked can be possible. If we do that, working with Afrexim Bank, working with the African Development Bank, I strongly believe that we can leapfrog that process which you just mentioned and get it. But informally, it's happening. There are a lot of people taking out oil palm every day to different countries around the world. But it's happening informally. So, yes, it's possible. But let's support our young people that are developing these applications and make it formal for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to ask some two questions from the audience online, and thereafter I'll ask someone from the live audience in Lagos to ask a question. The first is, we'll go to Dr. Chaudhry. As Africa moves to accelerate its recovery from the pandemic, do you think its current efforts to rein in inflation, curb high poverty, and unemployment are sufficient? As Africa moves to accelerate its post-recovery efforts, do you think the current measures to rein in inflation, curb poverty, and unemployment are sufficient? And then the second one, probably this one will go to Dr. Conley. Nigeria is currently battling with low revenue generation and an increased debt burden. What is the most efficient way to solve this current problem? Nigeria is currently battling with low revenue generation and an increasing debt burden. What is the most efficient way to solve this without causing more harm? That is for Dr. Conley. So let us start with Dr. Chaudhry, and then we'll go to Dr. Conley, and then we'll pick a question from the audience in Lagos.
Thanks, David. So the question about inflation, and look, partly it depends on the circumstances of individual countries. Let me speak to Nigeria, for example. In Nigeria, the inflation that we've seen, double digit, 15, 16%, 17% year on year, is derived from a number of things, but some of them actually have to do with trade. Nigeria, early on in August 2019, started putting border controls as part of an effort to jumpstart domestic value added, whether for many items. That had a direct link to the increase in prices that you started seeing. Tomatoes, which are produced in Kano, were not getting to Lagos because, the internal connectivity and other barriers prevented them from getting to Lagos. So tomatoes were coming to Lagos from across the border in Benin. When the borders were closed, the prices of tomatoes went up everywhere without benefiting the tomato producers in Kano. So that's, so the inflation that we've seen in Nigeria, that's that. It's restrictions, FX, and access to FX for imports of certain items. And I think that's part of what I stressed at the beginning, that in order to realize the benefits of trade, we have to have the focus on increasing domestic value added, but also address the internal policy and infrastructural constraints that are holding back domestic value added. Okay, so we see a lot of the inflation right now in Nigeria as partly policy induced and partly supply constraints that need to be alleviated. So that's on that. Let me just speak to one thing. I know you left it for Dr. Kunle, but on revenue mobilization, as we've said, I think publicly, there needs to be a national consensus about whether revenues are very, the elephant in the room in terms of revenues is what Nigeria spends on gasoline subsidies. Okay, revenues would go up by 7 billion this year if a way were to found, if there was a national consensus about reducing gasoline subsidies. Thank you.
And Dr. Kunle is going to come in. At the end of that question, you had how can they actually boost that mobilization without causing further harm? And because you've talked about subsidies, I will insist on that point. How does Nigeria boost its revenue, not necessarily overgrow its debt burden, but at the same time not causing a lot of harm to one trader in Gwagwalada or somewhere in Lagos?
So I think it has to be part of a package, right? Where both the near-term inflationary impacts or where it hits ordinary Nigerians in the bottom line, in their pockets. There are other countries have found ways of mitigating the costs and the direct negative impacts. And think of it this way: if there's $7 billion, 3 trillion naira, that can be devoted to ways that directly benefit ordinary Nigerians. So more than offset the impacts. Now, but there has to be a national consensus around that, so you can't rush into it. Okay, it has to be something that's explained to the public. Fact of the matter now, those 3 trillion naira that will be going towards PMS, or what's called PMS in Nigeria, are benefiting ordinary Nigerians, but about this much. The bulk of the benefit is not going to ordinary Nigerians.
And to put it in context, just as a matter of information, Zambia, the new administration, just reduced its fuel subsidies and introduced free education at the same time. And the president was quick to say this is what we wanted to do. So it's a long process, political process, social process, but you have to get on with it. Dr. Kunle, over to you.
Can you hear me? David, can you hear me?
Yes, Lord.
Okay, before I answer a question, for you to make a quick correction, I'm simply Mr. I'm not doctor yet. Maybe one day you can give me a PhD and call me a doctor, but not today, all right? Now, on revenue generation, I think we already heard the World Bank rec speak about the black box in the revenue formula for Nigeria, which is subsidy. If you were to remove that subsidy completely, that will add to the revenue profile of the country. And that revenue profile will be double what it is today. So that's one very quick solution. Yes, you may say that, how will it affect the poor man on the streets? Would they have any crisis? The real truth, and many of us who move around the country, and have done so for many years, is that if you move beyond 100 kilometers from Lagos or Abuja or Port Harcourt, most people in Nigeria don't pay the pump price of petrol advertised on the retail price. Many towns in Nigeria and villages in Nigeria are buying PMS and diesel at non-subsidized prices. So there's a huge arbitrage between the price that is being paid in the big cities and what obtains in many parts of the country. And then we see the stuff goes across the border. If you add all the countries across the border in Nigeria, what kind of demand profile can it generate? Like they say that the 10 million bags of rice that goes into Benin Republic every year, if they were to eat rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they won't finish that rice in 1 year. We know the rice is coming into Nigeria. So I think the issue is we just use that whole subsidy to play political games, in my own view, okay? Second thing also is that we have one of the lowest VAT rates on the continent, 7.5%. Most countries average around between 14 and 18% across the continent. So there's no reason why we can't get VAT to go to 10%, 12.5%, 15%. In the same vein, we should bring down corporate income taxes from 32% to 25%, 20%. We can bring down personal income taxes. I know state governments won't like this, but the issue is that they get more money from VAT than for personal income taxes. So we have to look at the complete restructure of our fiscal formula in this country. But at the heart of that change of the fiscal arrangement in the country is subsidy. And until you crack that black box, I think we'll just be playing games and dancing around the issue. And of course, debt to GDP low, debt to cash flow high. Why? Because the cash flow is not being properly utilized. Simple, at the end of the day. So this economy can actually take much more higher levels of debt if you wanted to. But because we don't have our arms around the right revenue streams for the country, we are crying about the amount of debt service that we are paying today. You go to Ghana. Ghana is 88% debt to GDP ratio. Not talk of debt to cash flow. Many countries on the continent are really, really struggling to pay their debt. We are in a good position, but could be a much better position if subsidy is resolved. And for me, that is the most efficient way to solve the problem. And I think if you've got a problem, you've got to look at the problem straight in the eye and solve it. You can't dance around the problem and think that's going to go away. It's not going to go away. Thank you.
Thanks for the correction. For all the years I stayed in Nigeria, and for the panels that I hosted there, I always talked to doctors and professors with very many titles after that. I was actually called a doctor myself. Never mind, I don't have a PhD. So, sorry for that, and thanks, Mr. Conley. Okay, so we have 10 minutes to go, and I'm told there is a good lady on the floor who would like to ask a question. Could someone pass her the mic, please?
So, David, we do have a question, and it's from a gentleman. So he's going to stand up and ask the question. So please go ahead and introduce yourself, and please kindly make it succinct.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Majala Moses, sales executive of FSS Gases Limited. My question is very straight and simple. You talked about petrol, about palm oil. So I want to ask, as a young man in Nigeria today, can I venture into palm oil? If I'm to venture into palm oil, what advice would you give to me to look into before getting into that? Because I would like to be an entrepreneur myself, as I've been an office person. Thank you.
Can we take another one, if there's one readily there? One or two, we can take at once.
We have one more question. Please hold on. Please kindly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hear me now. My name is Pere. One of you was trying to talk about Nigeria's trade negotiations, and for some reason you stopped. Can you just say more? I mean, within maybe ethical, just give us an idea, because it's something that's never spoken about. Or even if you don't want to say the goofs that happen in that area, maybe just tell us how it is structured, which government institution to go to read about what people in that area are negotiating for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think let's take those two, unless there's another one.
That's all. You can go ahead.
All right.
David. Oh, okay. Okay, so to the gentleman that talked about oil palm, I'm quite happy you want to be an entrepreneur. At the same time, agriculture is our mainstay in Nigeria. So just going straight to answering your question, first and foremost, you would need to register a business. So I would suggest that you start with the Corporate Affairs Commission and really get to understand the what you really want to do. Because when you talk about oil palm, there are several segments. I don't think we have enough time to be speaking about that now, but I would suggest that possibly after now we can meet. But oil palm is key for us in the country. If you know very well, we had started having a lot of revenue from oil palm even before we found crude oil. So we are going back to that stage now where we want to be able to use oil palm as our revenue to be able to get more revenue from oil palm. I think I will just stop there. I don't have enough time to tell you that. To the gentleman that talked about trade, I don't know, Kunle, do you want to talk about trade? I'll give that to Kunle to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, let me add a point to the question from the young man about oil palm. You know, if you want to enter into any business in particular, it's best to start from the front of the business. You know, you have to get into the buying and selling of palm oil, get into the trade of palm oil, and then you understand the dynamics of that industry. And it's only if you know that you have understood that dynamic that you then go backward into say, let me now start producing. But there is a huge market for trading palm oil, both domestically and across the sub-region. The gentleman who wants a question about trade negotiations, that's the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. They have a trade negotiation office in that ministry in Abuja, and they are the ones who helped us negotiate our way into AFTA. And then, Kevin made reference to the late Ambassador Sakwe, who was the main trade negotiators. I don't know who the name of the current guy is, but the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment is where you can get the trade negotiator office. Perhaps you can even go to their website and you can get some information about them there on the website. Good. Thank you. David, over to you.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And, just the young man Moses on palm oil, as you do your research, know that there is a big market for Nigerian palm oil in East Africa. So put that in your pocket already. We're running out of time, but I would like to ask Dr. Chaudhry just one thing on the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. I mean, the aim is to raise the continent's income by about $450 billion and lift about 30 million people out of poverty by 2035. This is just about 13 years away. Is this achievable? Is it possible? And how is it going to be done if at all we can achieve this?
I think it is very achievable, but it requires the domestic political consensus in all countries, and especially the large economies like Nigeria, like South Africa. And for that, I think the private sector, the audience in this room this morning, they have to advocate for it. Okay, it has to be, private sector, private firms have to see the potential of this, both in terms of addressing the internal kind of impediments to having enhancing the competitiveness of domestic firms, but then for making the case for greater economic integration without private firms speaking up. And then genesis of AFCFTA was not necessarily, it wasn't embraced by private sector across Africa. There was political leadership, there were few private firms ever, but in general, private firms have not been kind of advocates. And I think that's where private firms have to see the benefits of this for themselves and then advocate for domestically, within the domestic political space, and then it's doable. But I think that without that domestic consensus, we're not going to get there.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. Chaudhry. And I will spare the last question for Mr. Kundle. He has been a management consultant for more than 4 decades, which means we can ask him anything. He has advised everyone from governments to the private sector to everyone. So, Mr. Kundle, this is your question and the last one. We are watching the African Nations Cup. In East Africa, we're not as lucky to have a lot of participation, but we had a lot of people cheering the Super Eagles. And after the first 2 games, people started saying, I think this cup might be coming home to Lagos and Abuja. And when the Super Eagles fell out, it was unbelievable. I saw my good friends, some senators in Abuja, going on a hunger strike. So, Conley, as a management consultant of very many years, what should the Super Eagles have done better to ensure that they bring it home?
Well, okay. I like your question because I also follow football a lot, but I can tell you first of all, it saved many Nigerians a lot of money because there are many Nigerians I knew who are planning to go to Cameroon in case we go to the final, and there have been too many private jets flying from Lagos to Douala for the final. Okay, so that's a big savings for us. But I think if you've watched football for as long as I have done, in any cup competition, the knockout stages is very tactical. It's more about tactics than the actual playing of the game. Because if you watch the game against Tunisia, all the Tunisians did was to shut down Moses Simon. Right? Moses shut him down. Okay? We had a few chances and we squandered them. We didn't kill the game in the first half. They killed the game with one shot and then shut us down the rest of the game. So I think clearly it's not just about Nigeria alone. The capacity to actually become a good manager for a club or a country is lacking on the continent, which is why African countries have not gotten even to the quarterfinals of World Cup at the most. I don't think that's the best we've done so far. And that was Ghana against Uruguay. You got a point. So unless we have managers who understand that it's tactical when you get to the knockout stages, I don't think many countries will go very far. Who will win this year? Well, see me later. I'll give you my own bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Conde. So the Nigerian Football Federation, if you need a management consultant, you know where to start. Mr. Conde, the chairman, KPMG Africa, Dr. Shoban Chaudhry, country director for the World Bank in Nigeria, Kelvin Oibi, the managing director of the Edo State Investment Promotion Office. Thank you so much for giving us all your wisdom in this session, and thank you, the audience, for participating, and Business Day for putting this all together. Have a good rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, indeed, that applause, I think, is well-deserved. David obviously steering that conversation. Interestingly, to the management consultant view on Nigeria's shortcomings at the Nations Cup. But we'll see whether or not we learn from that. But thank you so much to all our panelists and to, of course, our moderator. Please, another round of applause to them. Thank you very much. All right, I imagine that we all are due for a break now, so we're going to transit to a short coffee break. We are scheduled to resume at 1 o'clock, but perhaps we'll spill over slightly, but let's do our best not to do that. 10 minutes past, okay. 10 minutes past 1 o'clock. So at 10 minutes past 1 o'clock, we would be listening to the High Commissioner of Tanzania. He will be joining us for a discussion. So please do your best to be back for that. The light refreshments are served at the back of the room. I no doubt we'll still have lunch later on. Anything else? Is there anything else? Okay, so please let the ushers lead you to where you will be refreshed. I do understand that sponsors and speakers would use the room over here. So let's be back at 10 minutes past 1 o'clock. Enjoy your tea, coffee, and light refreshments.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
I hope everyone is enjoying their break. If we could please make our way back to the main hall. We have a presentation that is coming up, please. Can you please kindly make your way back to the main hall? We have a presentation. Thank you. If everyone could please kindly make their way back to the main hall. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we take our seats? We would like to proceed to the next item in the program. Please take your seats. Our next speaker will be joining us virtually and is already standing by. right, it's quite often challenging to have everybody settled after a break. So I think what we would probably do is to just get started, and as we proceed, I think more people will join us. So our next speaker will be speaking on entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology, the increasing emergence of unicorns on the African horizon. And the question is, what answers does it provide, and what questions does it raise? Our next speaker is the founder of Fast Micro Group, none other than Professor Ndubuisi Ekekwe, and he is standing by and joining us virtually. So Dr. Ndubuisi, if you are, or Professor, my apologies, Professor Ndubuisi Ekekwe, I believe he is standing by, and I'll yield the stage, in this case, virtual stage to you, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's quite a moment and a great privilege to have the opportunity of speaking before you all in this capacity from the United States this morning. So today I will be speaking on the rise of the unicorns, essentially looking at the constructs and the mechanics which are changing the market systems as new species of companies are emerging around the beautiful continent. We're just going to have a very short conversation. Because of time, I had planned this to be 25 minutes, but I'll just make it about 7 minutes to respect the time for the next speaker. So we go straight. What is going on here is that we are in a Cambrian moment. A Cambrian moment of entrepreneurial capitalism, where young people are having the capacity to combine and recombine factors of production to create leverageable factors that are compounding at a very great level. Today, we have about 6-7 unicorns in Africa, but I estimate that by 2023, before we call it 31st of December 2023, there is the propensity that we may have up to 15 unicorns. So there are many drivers, there are many reasons why this is happening. One of the most critical things is that we have gotten to that point, according to Pythagoras' postulation, that the world is nothing. The business of humanity is nothing but the business of numbers. So we have gone through the abacus, slide rule, difference engine, to the time the microprocessor has become extremely ubiquitous in whatever we are doing. So we have the capacity to process numbers. We have the capacity to calculate things. And what is going on here is that young people now are seeing a convergence. High processing power, personal computing in all our pockets, cloud computing services, making it possible that you don't need a lot of money for you to start any of these companies. And because you don't need a lot of money to start any of these companies, so many of them are going into that. And as they are doing that, they are changing the way we live. They are changing the economic architecture, and they are democratizing the systems, the most of the things we use. So the world is being built, democratizing factors of production, making it possible that with just $20,000, a young man can start a business in Nairobi. With less than $15,000, somebody can start the same thing in Ogadaghu. But in the old, many decades ago, you need to have tons of money for you to get into this business. And because of that, for the very first time, the mission of farms that we see in Africa had never been the way it was. So you have had that constellation of demand and supply. How are we going to solve problems in societies? How are we going to meet the demands of our customers? Because at the end of the whole thing, there is always that translation. You need to bring demand. You need to bring supply. But unfortunately, we know that market systems are imperfect. And because of market system imperfect, there needs to be a perturbation that can bring these two factors of demand and supply into an equilibrium point where transaction can take place. New companies, new species of farms are doing this thing at a far better level than the companies that existed. You know, decades ago, we had banks. Decades ago, we had logistics companies. But today, we are now having these logistic technology companies, the fintechs. They are doing one thing better, fixing market frictions and improving the lives of their customers and the lives of their clients. So let me explain this thing in a very simple way, what is going on here. NDBC has just landed in Lagos right now, and I don't have any family member in Lagos, and I'm hungry. I have two options. Either I go on being hungry, or I begin to knock at every door in Lagos looking for somebody who has food to sell to me. And there is that propensity that I can knock the first 100 houses, they don't have food to sell. But as that is happening, there is also somebody who has food, but I cannot find that individual. In markets, we say there is information asymmetry. I am hungry, the other person has food, but we cannot come into equilibrium points. So what happens? Somebody starts a company, and that company is called Mama Kemi Restaurant. So now NDBC is hungry. Instead of NDBC going to be knocking at every door, what NDBC does, he goes to that restaurant and now go in to re-eat that koi, pay that Mama Kemi 5,000 naira or whatever, and now she now gives me that food. That money I paid her is the compensation for the services, the friction she's trying to solve for me, and that is her revenue. The young people who are creating the unicorns have figured out a better way of delivering that service. It's still the same construct of market system, having the ability to fix frictions in markets, but they are doing it at a higher level. How are they doing this at a higher level? They are acquiring new dimensions of capabilities. Acquiring new dimensions of capabilities will now make it possible that they can improve the efficiency upon which the production systems are organized, and they can now unleash them in markets, making things easier for their customers. And as happens, you see knowledge, entrepreneurial capitalism, capital labor, they are unifying them, within those triple crystals of processes, systems, and people. And they do these things better than the traditional companies. So we are seeing something that has never happened in Africa for a very long time. If you go back to this plot here, I shared this thing in Harvard many years ago. One of the things you notice is that around 2,000 years of GDP, just look at the 2,000 years of GDP, you see that more than 1,500 years off, the GDP of the world was flat. In other words, generations of people that lived apart did not experience any major change in their living standards. Of course, there were the Obas, the Emirs, and Obas and Emirs and over beats. But one thing was evident: man was poor, woman was poor, because the world was inventive. So many ideas, but there were no products or services. People were creating all the constructs, mechanical, fundamental concepts of physics and chemistry, but they were not translating those things into products and services. And because those things were not being translated into products and services, there was really no major improvement in the economic well-being of the citizens. So that means that the per capita income was decelerating because the generations of people that lived here were actually, into a large extent, poorer than people that lived here. But if you check this curve, I have used United States and China because they are the two dominant economies today. There was something that started changing. But the people that lived during this era of flattening GDP, they were also very brilliant people. They gave us the fundamental rudiments of trigonometry, algebra. They created compounds, but they could not make vaccine. When tuberculosis came, it killed them. When polio came, it killed them. Because they were inventive. For a long time, Africa has been an inventive society. So many ideas in motor parks, how to fix electricity. So many ideas in beer parlors, how to fix clean water problem. But there had not been a capacity to transition from those ideas into products and services. But something is changing. And that is the era we are now. We have called it the wave one of the innovation society era. The wave one means that we have the ability not just to have ideas, but also have the mechanism to transition from having those ideas to creating products and services. And if we do that, one of the things that we will see is that we will begin to rise. The exponential increment of the GDP of the United States, you can see here, is parabolic, ramping up from a linear one for years. China joined up. If you go across other parts of the world, the developed nations, they did the same thing. Africa is just at that elemental infancy phase. The unicorns, despite the infrastructure challenges that we have, they have figured out how to create new dimensions of financial systems even during the time of economic paralysis. Of course, how can somebody create a unicorn out of Nigeria within 4 years? Like we have seen in Florida Way, like we have seen in OPay, like we have seen in all these companies that are raising millions of dollars. Even though we don't have the infrastructure, what is going on is this: the era is changing from inventive to innovation society. But as we move on from this innovation society, there is also going to be another phase that is coming. We call it the wave 2. That is the age of AI, autonomous systems, and those things are now going to redesign to a large extent everything that we have known. Just because of time, I'm going to raise this thing here, just to get to this point where I want us to emphasize. The unicorns will be here because they are improving the mechanism of fixing market frictions, helping us to get to the marginal cost problem in running companies. The marginal cost here means that as they are growing, they are never going to go into the diminishing return. So if that is the case, these companies are going to do very well. So let me just quickly get here because of time, but there is also one question I want us to ask as we go into this conversation. The best companies out of Africa today are not Africans. And the future of the continent, if we do not deal with it, is going to be a very, very lost decade. If you go back to the history in the United States of America in 1917, the largest companies in America, they were still a construction company, the U.S. Steel. 50 years later, IBM was the largest company, publicly traded company in the United States. So you saw companies that moved from construction to technology infrastructure companies. And today, the largest companies in U.S. are knowledge-based companies like Apple, Microsoft, and Google. If you go to the stock exchange in Nigeria, we have the same translation. You have food companies, you have construction companies like Dangote Cement, Bua Cement, you have MTN, Airtel. These are technology infrastructure companies. And then we have the Bua Foods, which are one of the above 1 trillion naira companies. So we have been in a position to combine the same trajectory of 1970, 1967 redesigns in the United States into one. But there is one thing that remains: our ability to move from these two phases into the last one, which is the knowledge era. Interestingly, Africa and Nigeria, we may have a massive dislocation because all these companies are registered not in Nigeria. They are most likely going to trade in the United States, London, and outside the continent. And if that is the case, it means the creative destruction, the renewal in economic system we see in our stock exchanges every 10 years may not happen. I was still in secondary school when I started GTB. I was still in secondary school when I started all these new generation banks. When they now came, after a decade, they are now the most dominant companies in the Nigerian stock exchange because we went through the phase of the new generation banks to the age of voice telephony, to the time of the mobile internet, to the time of the application utility area we are now. So what is going on now is that if these firms are not going to be re-domiciled in Nigeria, rather moving to the United States, by the time we need them to take over from the banks of today, which are dominant in the Nigerian stock exchange, they will not be anywhere to be found. And if that is the case, what that means is this: we are going, as a people, going to have serious challenge. Imagine a scenario where Access Bank, UBA, which was Southern Trust Bank, GT Bank, and all these new generation banks, Zenith Bank, are not listed in the Nigerian Stock Exchange today. Because when they were coming up in 1990s, they were listed, they were moving up outside the country. So what is going to happen here? We will not have some of the finest companies we have in our stock exchange. So the question here is this: when this bank came, they took over and replaced the old leaders like First Bank. Now they are now the kings. And now in the decade of 20s and the decade of 2010s, the telecommunication companies came, and they are now the leaders with Airtel and MTN. So we are benefiting because they are local. They are Nigerian listed companies. Now the ones that are going to take over from them in the next decade, they are not Nigerian. And that offers a huge challenge for us. And that is actually the point I would like us to think. I want to say thank you so much. Sorry that I have to call this thing just to respect the time, but it's quite a wonderful moment that the future is full of optimistic exuberance. And I'm confident that if we have the right structure and policy to make sure that these companies which are capturing value in our soil, that they are actually going to be African and Nigerian as necessary, so that the time we come, when through that creative destruction, they will also rise, lead, improve the welfare of our citizens, even as they are improving the bottom line of their shareholders. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndubisi. Useful insight into the past and hopefully giving us some context in terms of what the future holds for the African continent in terms of the emergence of unicorns. Right now, we would proceed to just trying to confirm where we're headed next. Okay, I believe that we can move on to our next panel conversation, which is on global trends in cybersecurity, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. Where is Africa in the mix? And we have several speakers that will be participating in that conversation. And moderating that session will be Sunday Adika. I do believe that he will be joining us virtually. Do I have a confirmation that we have Sunday Adika standing by? Oh, okay, he's in the room. Please, a round of applause for him as he steps forward to moderate this session. All right, so I'll just yield to him now as he takes over. Yes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. And very quickly, because of our time, we'll be introducing the speakers. We want to stand on the existing protocols. On this panel, we'll be having Professor Bigeti Anderson, the founder and CEO of Big Innovation Center in the UK. I want to believe she'll be joining us online. And, okay, she's already with us. Then we have Shadrach Kubwane, the blockchain baron. Kubwane is with us from Coronet Blockchain from South Africa. And we want to have Hanufejiro Agboje, the founder and CEO of Patricia. Is he in the house? Or is joining us online also?
Very present.
Oh, thank you very much. So we'll be going straight to our discussion today, and that's the global trend in cybersecurity, in artificial intelligence, and also in blockchain. Where is Africa in the midst? You know, we are famous for getting late to the dinner party. So we want to steer this discussion in that direction. So I'm going to start with Professor Bigeti. So your work in Big Innovation Center in the UK is about, maybe we'll just give you some time to, maybe for everybody on the panel to just say one or two things. We'll start from Professor Bigeti. Tell us about what you do in Big Innovation Center. You have the floor.
So hello. So you don't want me to give a presentation? It's simply just a conversation?
Just a summary.
Just a summary. Okay. So we're not showing any slides or anything.
No. Just a summary.
Okay. Okay. So just summary of Big Innovation Center. So the Big Innovation Center We are an innovation communications consultancy and an innovation hub. We bring together entrepreneurs and businesses, investors, the public sector. We work closely with government and parliament to ensure that the new technological innovations are aligned with the new talent and the new R&D systems, with the new supply chains, the new regulations, the new governance. So we ensure that we have all the stakeholders around the innovation ecosystem together. So I can give you some examples of this, but maybe we'll come to this later. But we are also the secretariat for the UK Parliament's all-party parliamentary group on artificial intelligence and on blockchain. And there we are based in these big forums between policymakers and regulators, and then of course industry. Some of our approach, if I could spend a little bit more time, some of our approach is clearly based also upon learning from abroad. So do you want me to go to now where Africa could be in the mix, or is that later?
We'll come back to you later. We'll come back to you. So let's get to the blockchain baron, Shadrach Kubwane. Just tell us about what you do in Coronet Blockchain.
Thank you kindly. Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Greetings to the audiences and my much gratitude to our esteemed host. Coronet Blockchain, under my leadership, we are repairing Africa's supply chains using blockchain. The power center of trade for centuries has moved out of the continent. Now, as intertrade is now beginning to flow, we are repairing our borders, we are repairing our supply chains. For an example, so that the palm oil sector in Nigeria is owned by Nigerians and Africans. The raw cocoa, the coffee beans, whatever sectors, including minerals, we are flooding the torch into those supply chains so that Africa is shaped by Africans with the help of our neighbors, not shaped by our neighbors with Africans being apologetic in the room. That's Coronet Blockchain for Africa's supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's go to Mr. Fejiro.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hanu. I'm the founder and CEO of Patricia. And Patricia, our mission is very simple. Our mission is to make crypto easy for Africans in Africa and also in diaspora. We notice a very huge gap in the adoption of cryptocurrency. It's always seen as this high up there technology that everybody cannot be a part of. And that's what we're here to change, to bring blockchain and crypto to the common man and let them see the value. You know, just like you said, we are always late to the party. You know, we have this existential crisis as Africans where we always go to buy the products. But for the first time, we are trying to build the products and build a product for Africans by Africans. And that's what Patricia is all about.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hanu Fejiro. I'm going to start with you. I am very excited to have this conversation, and I'm sure our audience also are excited. Now, if you follow the conversation earlier, we're talking about the inter-Africa trade. That's the Africa Continental Trade Area. And from the discussion so far, one of the major problems is payments. And while I was seated, I was asking myself, this issue of single currency in Africa, even though it's a difficult task to do that physically, but with the blockchain technology, the cryptocurrency, I believe such thing can be achieved easily. And being someone who is playing a role in that sector, is there anything you can talk about the Afri-Exim payment system and how the woman on the streets can transact with somebody else in Rwanda or in Kenya and get paid in a cryptocurrency backed by Africa?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. And it's funny you mentioned this because I think a few days ago, I was reading an article where it was basically from the African Union, where they were trying to make a unified currency sort of for the continent. So I see works already in that light. However, the blockchain and crypto already solved that problem. So why reinvent what's already there when we could just simply latch onto this? It's all about building payment rails that can support multiple countries. So for example, we have Nigeria and we have Flutterwave in Nigeria. Say we have the same company in Ghana, right? Once we're able to build a solution on the blockchain network that allows a woman in Nigeria send crypto to somebody in Rwanda, we just use the already existing rails of Flutterwave to make that payout. So it is an already existing concept that works and that has proven to work in the European countries, in the EU, for example. The main challenge to this concept coming to fruition is actually government policy and actually the support from the various countries to allow this work. And once we get this support, it is basically a walk in the park to come about this. Like I said, it's an already existing concept that has worked and is even still working now in the EU region. Once we are able to work around regulation, we would see a very, very massive adoption and very high growth in this space.
All right. Thank you, Fejiro. I want to just quickly go to Professor Bigetti. Then we'll come back to you later after we speak with Shadrach Kubwane. Okay, so Professor, from the explanation you gave earlier, you work with the UK government, and I believe you help in making or formulating policy about blockchain and AI implementation in the United Kingdom. And I also got to find out that, is it Horizon 2020 or Horizon 2020 of the EU, you were part of that advisory board on Europe in the future, something like that. So I want to ask this question for Africa and for the African government. Are there policy guidelines? Because to an extent, it seems like the African government or the African system is afraid of innovations like AI technology, innovations like blockchain, because there are a level of transparency that especially blockchain will bring that maybe some people do not want. So are there policy that the government can enact to bring this innovation and make it a win-win for everybody, both for the government and for the people?
Yeah, well, we clearly need to understand that the blockchain and artificial intelligence are currently the two very disruptive technologies. They're disruptive for industry structures, they're disruptive for payment systems, they're disruptive for business models and stakeholders, they're disruptive for what kind of skills we'll need in the future, they're disruptive for the way in which you receive products and pay for them or consume them. So they have a lot of disruption all the way. But of course, they're not the first technologies that have been so disruptive. The early digital revolution, the early internet was very disruptive too. And so was previously in paradigms like mass production or electrification or the railways or, all these technologies has been very disruptive. So what is very important for government is to understand and for people to understand, we can regulate the technology, the technological changes, they're going to happen. And we need to embrace them and we need to use them to create the type of society which we want. So we have all an opportunity to think forward. What kind of society do we want? What kind of health systems do we want? What kind of education systems do we want? What kind of payment systems do we want? Not everybody has a bank account. What kind of workplaces do we want? So all these, what kind of relationships with our social peers and networks and friends do we want? So we need to understand, so these technologies, they're building this disruption. So what we're trying to think forward about is a vision of how we want the future, and then use our policies and regulations as a way in which we can achieve the vision and in which we can achieve that ethically. So we have clearly a better livelihood for people and sustainable. So we have a greener economy and more health-wise, so we all have a better health. So we need to understand them as actually opportunities and tools which we need to regulate. And countries, I could go on, but I'll stop here, but countries also, which I can speak about, is also approaching this technological embracement differently, dependent upon the different challenges they have. I should just comment a minute on that, if you allow me. So, for example, you have like China. China was the global's biggest country. Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. But China, they managed to get 800 million people out of extreme poverty into the economy in about 30 years. And they did that by focus on livelihood and district development and infrastructure development and city development. That was their approach. India had a different approach. They were focused on building supply chains globally, making sure Bangalore and the other hubs in India became supplier networks to the rest of the world, and used that as to be hooking up and to growth elsewhere. United States, they focused on in the internet revolution and also historically focused on the talent system. They've been focused on building global universities, Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Boston, all this in Silicon Valley, these what we call talent systems. What we've done in Europe, we have focused very much on looking big companies to be catalysts, letting big companies build accelerators around themselves to become catalysts. And what they have done in the Middle East, they've been like Saudi Arabia, they're now building something called Neom City. It's a $500 billion new city where they're kind of starting from scratch, building a new future from scratch. It's kind of a demonstration system on what the future can look like. And then you have Almaty. I was in Almaty, which is now in the news for other reasons. But Almaty, I was there in the meeting with 5 prime ministers, where they talk about GovTech. How can government technology increase better transport system, education systems, health system? How can the public sector be a driver? And now move on to Africa, looking from the outside. Africa is looking very much into the you're talking about the connected continent, getting everybody hooked up to the internet, getting everybody hooked up online, in which they can create these stable services as a first way. And then as a second way, probably looking very much at the talent. But the connected continent has become very clear. So the idea, of course, is that we need to build a whole ecosystem, and we understand everything's important. The entrepreneurial finance systems, the industry system, the talent system, the global system, the livelihood system, the public management system, the urban regional system, all these need to come together, and that's how we generate growth. And we need to do that around AI and blockchain. If we want it to give us that growth future we want to, it doesn't happen in small poles, it happens together.
All right, thank you, Professor. I'll come back to you. You talked about disruption, and I think for some parts of Africa, we have a genuine fear. And part of that fear is when there is disruption, people will get to lose their job. Like recently I read, Amazon has about 350,000 robots working for Amazon. And in a country like Nigeria, if you have 350,000 robots taking away the job of people in a country where we have a very high rate of unemployment, that's another big disaster for the government. So we'll be looking at how AI can be implemented, and we'll have a win-win for both the people and also for these organizations. But I will go to Kubwane. Kubwane, I realize that your area of specialty is using blockchain for supply chain management. And personally, I think one of the biggest problems we have in Africa, trade, is not power, it's not finance, it is supply chain management. Somebody said, no matter what you have, if you cannot manage it, it will never be enough. So how do you think that blockchain can help in the actualization of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement?
Thank you kindly. Thank you so much. That's a great question. So there are the three T's of blockchain when it comes to trade. That is truth, transparency, and traceability. So what that means is, as much as you cannot grow what you don't manage, you also cannot grow what you cannot measure. So until such a time that blockchain is allowed to infiltrate at a policy level and on the shop floor of trade, on the informal and the mainstream side of the economy, and blockchain becomes embedded as a truth machine and as a mechanism of traceability at scale, we as a continent are going to continue to hemorrhage value, because if we're to be honest, our neighbors from around the world, they keep sending brokers and middlemen that are upsetting our supply chain, that are actually adding inflationary effects into our supply chain. And historically, most of our infrastructure, physical, logistics, transport, they were built outward. You know, it's a lot easier when you're in Ghana to actually move from anywhere in Ghana to the Tema port. It's very easy when you are in Kenya to actually move any goods to the exit. So historically, remember, most of Africa was built on the back of the extractive industry, which is mining, meaning Africa's economies were actually built or shaped around extraction, not synergy. So right now we are seeing an infrastructure deficit across our supply chain, where it's a lot easier to move things from China into Africa, Europe into Africa, than it is to move things from Africa to Africa or within Africa. We need to repair that. And it doesn't begin with infrastructure. It begins, Mr. Hanu already touched on it, government policy ought to be pro-innovation and pro the needs of Africans. So we need a mindset shift that must join the free trade agreement movement. That's number one. Number two, we need to realize that all of us Africans need to visit the dentist, and the dentist is blockchain. There's a bit of truth. It can get a bit of awkward, but for the well-being of future generations, we cannot hand over a legacy that is lacking of truth, that is not showing that, wait a minute, 80% of the global cocoa, raw cocoa, comes from here. But only what? Less than 2% of chocolate in the world is made on African soil. We cannot have that. So for us to move forward and move upward the trade barometer, we need to be able to be a bit awkward, a bit uncomfortable, and face certain truths, whether as government or the private sector. Last but not least, Africa cannot keep instilling the mindset that the winner takes all. We have too many monopolies here on the continent. 1% of large business, business makes up 1% on the large side, but small, medium, and informal makes 99%. Blockchain is amalgamating these two sectors and leveling the playing field. Thank you very much.
All right, again to you, Mr. Kobwane. But before I ask my next question, I want to, if you have any question from the audience, please, you can do well to just pass it or just raise your hand so we can make this session very interactive. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to pass it around. So, Mr. Kobwane,
yes,
you established that blockchain has 3 T's: truth, transparency, and what's the third one?
Traceability.
Traceability. And yes, I would like to summarize that into trust, because yes, the fundamental feature or the most sellable feature of blockchain is establishing trust. And considering the problem of lack of trust between the African government and the Africans, we're going to the area of, like in Nigeria, by next year, we'll be having another election. And yes, if you follow the trend in West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, there have been a lot of coups here and there, as much as none of us advocate for that. But I want to believe that the reason for coup is because the people do not trust the government. Even after voting, they don't believe that the outcome is what they actually put in. Now, is there a way we can use blockchain in our electoral system technologically to establish truth so that when you are voting, you would know that, okay, in maybe Lagos State, this is the vote. Everybody sees it across the world. Is there a way we can implement such a solution so that we can bring about trust in our electoral system?
That's a good question. Thank you so much. And the road to 2023 is indeed paved with possibilities, but it's also paved with threats. And hopefully the leveraging of the trust economy, technologies like blockchain can help to manage that threat. Let me be practical. Thousands of years ago in Parthenon, in Greece, Parthenon, which is where democracy was actually founded within the philosophical community, that idea of democracy, not just in Nigeria, but it was ahead of its time. Let me give you a kindergarten definition of democracy that I picked up in my schooling. It's a government by the people, for the people, and with the people. If you look at that, such a scenario of democracy, even beyond voting, is not possible outside a decentralized ledger. And for the benefit of the audiences, decentralized ledger is when we are all looking at the same page, not just vote counting that happens on the other side of the wall, and we feel like someone manipulated the numbers, someone paid someone, we may never know. Maybe there was no corruption, but even the idea that there is perceived voter manipulation or vote manipulation or vote count is enough for governments across the world, including Nigeria, that are serious about implementing democracy at the next tier. There has to be a certain level of transparency to up the trust barometer. And we are hoping, and yes, blockchain is able to really level the playing field and democratize access to the vote collection, vote counting, vote that we are all looking at the same moving part.
All right, thank you, Shadrach. I have a question for Mr. Fejiro, but before that, we want to take the question from the audience.
Thank you very much, Shadrach. My name is Charles. I'm from the shipping sector. My question goes to Shadrach. While you were introducing yourself, you actually said that you are using blockchain to repair African border lines, and you also emphasized on that while you were explaining later. Now, we are now unaware of the influence of the Western world, or precisely the European border lines on African free trade and development. Now, my question is this: what can be done to remove Europeans' influence or the borderline on African expansive trade and development using blockchain?
Mr. Shadrach, you got a question?
Yes, I've got a question. Thank you, Charles. To very quickly respond to that, thanks for the good question. Back in 2018, there was a blockchain experiment that we did with our technical partners, and we discovered that between Kenya and Netherlands, there are 200 different sets of paperwork that are needed just to move one shipping container between Kenya and Netherlands. And that is a nightmare that Africa faces within shipping and maritime. Too much bureaucracy. And to answer the question, can there be a removal or minimalization of outward interference in Africa's trade and shipping? Bureaucracy favors what I can call illegitimate power centers. You know, when you speak shipping, you speak maritime industry, you're speaking trade. You are discussing power. And power sometimes likes to hide in the dark. Blockchain as a trust machine or a truth machine does not fix Africa. It actually illuminates what could be the gaps, and then Africa can fix Africa. So to deal with the power centers or illegitimate power control from offshore, we need to know who is actually benefiting from the broken value chain broken shipping lines, and we also need to know who is being prioritized. One last example, back in 2020 and 2021, there was global supply chain shocks that upset the shipping sector. We saw the shipping industry lean towards certain monopolies or lean towards certain companies. Amazon even decided to start its own shipping lines, or rather scale its shipping lines. So in summary, we must enhance trust by actually shining the torch on who is really controlling Africa's trade corridors. And to do that, we must decentralize the power, shift the power center back into the continent. Then we can co-create and repair whatever oils need to be oiled for Africa to move forward smoothly. Thank you, Charles.
Can I comment on that?
Another question?
No, I would like to comment on that.
Oh, okay.
So
you can give your comments.
So, Cedric, I agree. I totally agree with everything you said. There is the one thing we are discussing in relationship to that in UK Parliament, and this is who controls the blockchain. So it's well enough we need a decentralized system, but who got access to what information on the blockchain, and how is the blockchain network governed? And this is a huge issue. Do you have access to, and are we building up new groups on the blockchain? So some people can see some data, but not everybody can see all the data. And where should government be in that? And what would happen if all of a sudden you might have some of these companies that might look like now entrepreneurial, but all of a sudden they are going to be the next tech giant? Are they going to be controlling the blockchain? Will they be the new powerhouse? So therefore, governance, have you thought forward about governance around the blockchain?
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. I'll be very brief as we move forward. To respond to that, and for the benefit of the audiences, there are two ways that blockchains are built. There are two ways. However, with the governance issue becoming an issue, we are introducing a third way. What are those two ways? Bitcoin is one of the most famous on the public blockchain, where it's really decentralized like 100%. And then you get enterprise type private blockchains, where it is actually, an elective as to who we allow into that ecosystem. The concern that you're raising, Prof, is quite valid. What if a niche group or an elitist group start to become a parallel government because they've become too powerful? That is why in our models for Africa, we are introducing a hybrid whereby a mixture between the private and the public models can actually be unified to produce an African solution. Thank you kindly. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you so very much. So we'll be rounding up this session. But before we do that, I just have a question for Mr. Fejiro. Last year, 2 years ago, we had an issue of the CBN clamp down on the cryptocurrency exchange in Nigeria. And you run the cryptocurrency platform, Patricia. Now we need to come together, because I'm sure the government also realized that you can't stop crypto. So what is your advice for the government, especially maybe the CBN, the policymakers, on regulating cryptocurrency at the same time allowing the crypto or technology, blockchain technology, to make Nigeria's economy better?
Well, I think this is a very important question. Well, firstly, I would say that the government has every reason to be worried about this new technology. Just bouncing off the question that was just asked about when a company becomes too powerful in crypto and controls all the assets, it becomes a problem, and there's actually been a third way of building on the blockchain, as Shadrach just mentioned, and it's called CDFI. So this is a mixture between a decentralized and a centralized exchange. And this gives power to both everybody, the people, even in the ecosystem. So I think my first thoughts to the government and regulators would be to try to actually understand it. Try to actually understand it and understand the pros and the cons with it. I look at it like electricity. You can use electricity to power a house, to power a factory, and you can still use same electricity to electrocute a person. So there are multiple use cases, but ultimately you cannot or you should not throw the baby away and the bathwater. So there are a lot of opportunities. Let's look at America, for example. Just yesterday, FTX was announced to be worth $32 billion. And this is a 4-year-old company in crypto. This could have been one of the many companies in Nigeria in crypto. So we have the regulators' move have literally blocked an industry from even thriving. Crypto is not bounded by geography. Means anybody anywhere in the world can jump on it and can win on it. Today, Nigeria is among the top 5 countries in the world who utilize crypto and the blockchain. And this is done without support, without government aid, and without the right infrastructure. So imagine if we had infrastructure, imagine if we had support, imagine if we had regulations that actually supports the positive movement. At Patricia, we employ over 100 people in the company. Across Nigeria, I'm pretty sure crypto accounts for hundreds or thousands of jobs, and the more the industry gets deepened, and the more regulators allow it to thrive, we see people getting more liberated. Most of the millionaires you see today around the millennials and the Gen Z are largely from crypto and entertainment. So this is exactly where the world is going, and we need to be able to build the product. Africa, Nigeria, we can actually build a product. Cryptocurrency is not bounded by geography. What is Germany known for? Making cars. What is America known for? What is Nigeria known for? What is Africa known for? We can be known for cryptocurrency. It's new, it's tiny, and we are already on it.
Thank you so very much, Fejiro, Shedrack, and Professor Biketi. It's been a very wonderful session, which I'm sure my audience will agree with me. But we have to round up now. Once again, I want to say a very big thank you for taking our time to be with us on this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our very able moderator. No, please come down. Thank you for moderating that wonderful session. And thank you to all our speakers joining us from online. We appreciate your expertise on this very important topic. So moving on to the next panel session, I'd like to invite our very able moderator, Dr. Benedicta Oyana. Please kindly put your hands together for the very beautiful lady in the orange dress. I have to say you're dressed to the nines and your hair is on fleek. You look great. So Dr. Benedicta is the moderator for this panel, and she's a partner and group head, shared services and people at Platform Capital. This panel session that she's going to be moderating today is entitled Education and the Future of Work. So essentially, education, infrastructure, talent, and workforce for the 4IR. How can Africa close the wide gap? And I'm going to allow you to introduce your panelists. I hope you're comfortable where you are. Would you like to? Yes, okay. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Benedicta Oyana as she moderates this very insightful panel.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I must commend your attention span all morning. It's been a pretty much engaging day, and I'd just like to ask you to just stand. It's not easy to keep people seated for long hours. Can we just stand and just probably do a stretch? Say hi to the person next to you. Fantastic. You're an amazing audience. A big round of applause for yourselves. You may be comfortably seated. Excellent. So we've had a very engaging day, and it's very difficult to keep people this long. But I bet you that the conversation on the table all day has been engaging. Right or right? Very relevant conversations. The theme is the Africa recovery. And we must rise, as it were, from where we've been. It's no longer business as usual for us to thrive in Africa. I have an amazing, amazing panel. And I must commend the organizers for putting this group together. I understand that I have two of them online. Dr. Jonah Herricks Phelps. Is she available? She's the vice president. Excellent. Excellent. She's the vice president online, Champlain College. I also have Jennifer Ekweme. Is she in the audience or is she online? Excellent. Please join me. A round of applause for her. Amazing. She's the executive director, Salma Private School in Enugu. Fantastic to have you in the audience. Thank you so much. I have with me as well Professor Rajneesh Narula, who's the director of the Dunning Africa Center. A round of applause for him. Nice to have you, Prof. I also have Janet Dupreez, who's the founder, Engagement Dynamics. A round of applause for her. And last but not least is Femi Oshinubi, who's a partner, West Africa Technology Leader, PwC Nigeria. Do we have him as well? Okay, I'm sure he'll join us. So the conversation today, as was introduced, is education and the future of work. And I assure you that my panelists will do justice to what this is about. And I'd just like to start off that as we elucidate the elements of global mobility, we cannot talk about the war of talent without looking at global mobility. We acknowledge also the impact of these international migrations that have happened across the globe on having a ready now workforce. I'd like to address Prof. Rajneesh, who's a business researcher and has worked extensively as a consultant with international development agencies. How badly has this impacted the African talent pool, in your view?
Thank you for that very nice introduction. Yeah, I think that really we are seeing the current crisis as having created both a shortage of people in the right areas, and at the same time we have a shortage of opportunities for these people. We know that across Africa, unemployment has increased by about 200 million or so. That's the estimates currently. So we're really actually, as you say, in a crisis situation. That is to say, there are lots of people who need to improve their skills to manage in the 21st century with new technologies and everything else. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we get them from not just have an education, but to connect them into the workforce. So these are two problems, a supply problem and a demand problem at the same time.
Fantastic, thank you. And I'll go quickly to Janet Dupreez, if you may. While countries today offer attractive policies to lure people from Africa to the global countries to work, what should Africa be looking at in terms of policy to ensure that we don't lose, or what we call the brain drain, have that scenario consistently playing out?
I think that's a very harsh reality, that there's the illusion that out there's an awful lot of really exciting stuff. People want to leave the continent for opportunities that they see as better. My personal opinion is that we need to first begin by looking at what is it that really motivates people. And unfortunately, in the world of people engagement in organizations for many, many years, the emphasis has been on tangible and often financial benefits. And that's been seen as kind of the be-all and end-all of life. I'm a great believer in viewing people as whole people. We need to look at people as physical, social, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual beings. And we need to be thinking about what is it that people really, really want. There's been so much conversation over recent years around the question of, people's motivation, purpose, meaning. Those are the things we need to start tapping into. And I think more importantly than anything for me is that Africa and the people of Africa have got to realize what it is that we actually have that is special and powerful and unique and amazing. And I hope I'll get maybe to chat a little bit more about that just now. But I think when people begin to see the opportunities that we have in Africa, that we can offer to the rest of the world, I think we'll begin to start seeing some of those patterns shifting.
Thank you so much, Janet. You speak a lot about the potential that we have internally and how much we need to draw from that. I'll just scoot quickly to Dr. Jonah to say, what is your organization doing to really unearth the potential that we do have in young people today?
Right. Champlain College Online has the opportunity to reach people throughout the world, to provide them with education and really expand the opportunities from where that person is. So we provide everything from certificates and micro-credentials, non-credit, all the way up to graduate programs. So what we're able to do is to reach people where they are and identify those needs at that time. I think it's also important to recognize that it's not only, we often think of education as being connected to the younger person, but it's really reaching throughout that lifespan and their potential for career and shifts and growing throughout their lifespan.
Do you see this intervention working in Africa? I see that it's happening and doubling quite all right. What's the trajectory for Africa if we implement what you've suggested?
Absolutely. I think we have the opportunity really to start, in particular, our areas of specialty include business and cybersecurity. And this is an area, as we have seen with COVID, there has been an acceptance in the online world and the ability for people to connect in ways that we haven't seen before. And so what we're able to do is then reach them in a way and provide them with a skilling, knowledge that will allow them to move forward, not only individually, but reach out collectively. As we mentioned, the opportunities to network is another area that this would allow. So again, upskilling, education, and connecting people that often can't reach or couldn't move, wouldn't have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Jennifer, Doctor just explained how that, there's need to reach in and draw. In your school, what are you doing differently in these times?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So talking about reaching in and doing something differently, we've realized that the labor force is shifting, the demands are shifting. So we realize there's a need to teach children personal leadership. So we're working at integrating into the curriculum emotional intelligence. So it's not enough to get an education. We need them to be able to lead themselves from within. So we're making a case for, from childhood, get them to master those skills, those leadership skills. So when they get into the labor force, they are not a liability. They're able to add. So even if they don't get to do the university education and get to become professionals, they are able to lead themselves individually.
I really like that perspective. And how has that worked for your school? What's the traction you're seeing?
Children are like sponge. It's so easy for them to absorb what you tell them, what they see you try to live out. So we've realized that there are very limited cases of discipline. Because the children are taught to be proactive, they are taught to begin with the end in mind, they are taught to lead themselves. So there are very few disciplinary issues because, they just remember these things. They know, okay, I have to be proactive. How do I react? So we have very few cases of, okay, the children fighting. So they have disagreements, they have conversations and sort out their disagreements. So basically we just have a group of people that are learning to lead themselves. So imagine a situation where you have everybody growing up that way, learning personal leadership, learning emotional intelligence, definitely to be a better place for everybody.
So you raise a very important issue, but I'm sure my audience will agree. You're speaking from a private school perspective.
Absolutely, so that's the challenge.
There's a gap with the public schools who don't have access to emotional intelligence.
There's a huge gap.
What should be the direction?
You know what I think is, there's this huge gap in education, not just about personal leadership, about digital literacy. So COVID hit, and I think education was worse hit. So private schools, which is a very small percentage, we're not up to 10%, no matter how much and how hard we try to build, we're not up to 10% of the educational system in Nigeria. So we were able to, get into digital learning, but the children in the rural areas, the government schools, a lot of them were not able to do it. So that's where the challenge is. So what I think is that private sectors can begin to adopt schools. The private sector can come in, because when we build these industries, all these beautiful things we're talking about, we need the workforce. And the children in the private school cannot make up as much workforce as we need. So we need, I think we can't keep waiting for the government, because I don't know how long we have to wait. So I think the private sector should come in and not necessarily build more private schools, but we can go and begin to adopt schools, adopt government schools, and begin to introduce these things. It doesn't necessarily mean give every child a mobile phone or a tablet. We could put it up in youth centers in the village. A village could have one or two, and these children go there because they are very willing to learn. A lot of children don't know, a lot of these things we're talking about now, they've never heard it before. You talk about coding, you talk about robotics, they don't understand. So we really need to give equal opportunity to children in the rural areas, in the government schools, and then I also think private schools too can go ahead and adopt a school. So we started this leadership academy where it's open to every child. So they come in and we try to teach as much as we can, but there's only so much we can do. So private schools are part of the private sector. They could go ahead and pick a school to mentor, pick a school to teach and to train these children, because at the end of the day, they would make up the workforce that we need in the future.
Absolutely. We're going to give these guys a round of applause. We're looking for an Africa recovery, and this means we must have Afrocentric solutions, right or right? Right. Excellent. So I'd like to hear from Prof. Rajneesh on what we need to be tinkering with. What do we need to do to elicit more Afrocentric solutions? Given your experience, Prof, with the international development agencies, what should we be looking at differently? She mentioned private philanthropy. Literally, anyone in the room can take 5,000 naira and equip a child, a month in school and keep them in school, keep them fed in school, because there's a hunger perspective to that as well. So that's a collective action. But Prof, what's on your mind?
Sorry, just before you take that response, I just wanted to say that we have some questions in the room already.
Okay, fantastic. Good point, Prof. Before you go, we have questions in the room. We'll take them. Also, you have the opportunity to go on Slido using the hashtag ABC 2022 and drop your comments as we evolve. So, Prof, over to you.
Thank you. I think I agree that there's a lot that can be done because of digital technologies, and because we are now, of course, COVID has opened up a number of ways of doing things that are different than the past. However, it is worth remembering that there are challenges for these type of activities in terms of resources. That is, first of all, to teach effectively online is much more intensive in terms of resources than it is in the old-fashioned classroom method. People think that you simply duplicate what you do in a physical presence in class in real life, but that is not so. It's actually about 50% more costing than doing it in class in person. The second thing I think is worth pointing out is that in the sciences, you need laboratories. You need access to people. I know that I have friends who teach in the medical faculties in South Africa and Nigeria, and they tell me that it's very hard to explain to someone how to take the pulse of to a student, how to take the pulse of a patient, how to do neurosurgery. You are doing everything online. It's very hard to communicate very important skills, which, so there's a limit to how far we can go with the digital technologies. At the end of the day, we also need physical places of interaction. We still will need these. This will not go away. You cannot have a medical doctor who has never seen an actual patient, or an engineer or engineering student who has never actually been in a laboratory. These are very important things to remember. So when we look forward, we realize that there are challenges and resources. So perhaps following up on the example I made earlier, is that there instead of trying to have 50 universities or 100 universities each duplicating the same type of laboratory and the same kinds of physical establishments, because you have to remember this is a hybrid form moving forward. We're doing things online, but we need to have some physical engagement as well. So we kind of look at scale economy, that is to say, have one or two important locations where people can come, students can come together and learn from the best. There are very good people available to teach, but the thing is we've spread ourselves too thin. We have small units of operation across the country, whether it's Nigeria or Senegal or Uganda, and we can find ways of creating the most efficient scale of doing so.
Absolutely, Prof. Thanks. A round of applause, please, audience, for that rendition. I'll scoot quickly to Dr. Jonah, still on the point around enabling education through the new norm of virtual learning. How has this worked for you in your institution? And do you see a possibility for Africa? What do we need to do to get ready?
Absolutely. I think in order to create, actually I'll back up and just say, Dr. Nurullah, I really appreciate what you had to say, because that leads into my thinking around this in preparation. And that really is the balance of modalities in learning, from that face-to-face to online component. It really is reaching and identifying what the needs are. So when we think about online, it's the ability to reach people and that accessibility that they might not otherwise have. But in doing so, we also need to prepare. Do they have access to the internet? Is it reliable? What is the cost? What is the infrastructure? And how do we really support that so that they can then move forward? But I think, again, it goes back to balancing. How do we bring that online space and really maximize this opportunity for students, for people to learn and to gain these skills going forward?
I agree. So we all know the impact that the migration problems have had on the economy. I'll go to Janet. Tell me, in your view, how can we negotiate this curve in Africa? Afrocentric solutions.
I'd like to actually say something that may be a little bit different, because there's been so much conversation around moving education online, moving business online, how do we go remote? And we know that in Africa, we've got a lot of challenges in that regard in terms of access. And I don't want to actually perpetuate the same conversation. I want to challenge our thinking a little bit. I think that in the same way that business is being disrupted, education needs a radical disruption. And certainly COVID has forced some disruption. I'm not convinced that it's actually sufficient. I think that in many respects, we have focused for decades, if not centuries, on specific content. We've focused on what people know, and we haven't focused enough on who they are, and we haven't focused enough on how they get to know that. So I think that there's space very definitely for shifting the way that we deliver. How do people learn? And I'm not talking online or offline. I think that we need to be a lot more focused, for example, on project-based learning technologies, action learning, technologies like that. We need to even think about the curriculum. You know, we are so stuck in a particular way of delivering education. I think that in Africa particularly, there is a strong argument for a core curriculum and then rapid and early specialization. We have got to get our population up to speed, able to deliver, you know, at very high levels of education. And we need to be able to do it as soon as possible. We can't wait 20 years for this to happen. How do we fast track? How do we make that happen? And maybe I'd like to just highlight what for me is the wealth of Africa. We focus so much sometimes spirit. If we can capture the spirit of who we are in Africa, we have been living outside of convention for so long, and everybody keeps telling us we've got to get out the box. Well, guess what? We're already out the box. How do we make that our competitive advantage?
Are you feeling this?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. I'll pause to take some questions in the audience. So you can just come to the aisle to make it quick. Okay, you move the mic. Fantastic. Let's have the first question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Godfrey Ajayi Sunday. Okay. I came in yesterday from Abuja to attend this convention.
Could you speak up?
Okay, so my question or my contribution will be around, we're talking about education and infrastructure. And the governor of Kaduna State actually is proposing something to say, why can't a civil servant in Kaduna State work for 4 days? During the pandemic, like I said, I stay on the airport road and my children walk the school in Area 1. And I discovered that when the pandemic just ended, or when the lockdown was eased down, I discovered there was no traffic because the children had not resumed back to school. So why can't we begin to think about a situation where government can build infrastructure so that children do not have to go to school every day? Okay, you go to school on Monday, you do your assignment on Tuesday, go to school Wednesday. If we have a kind of staggered system like that, I'm sure it will solve our traffic problem.
Traffic.
Yes.
The audience is responding
He's very
already.
concerned about traffic.
I wonder why.
You don't know what he has experienced. The
Okay,
traffic
let him finish.
situation.
Please finish.
Yes, I'm sure it will do that. And also, it will give the children more leverage to learn more. I mean, we should begin to think about how to build infrastructure for people to do more of online things.
So self-educate. So
I hear you. I
All
hear
right.
you. I hear you loud. We must also...
We have another? Should
Yes,
we take it?
Actually, we have a few more at the back.
Yeah.
3
Okay.
hands at the back.
So
Okay.
you want me to go there?
Yes, let's go there.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
Jennifer, you take you respond to him.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
I'll stand
afternoon.
on existing protocols. My name is Nonyo Mahi. I'm a medical laboratory scientist and I consult in business development and HR. I so much love what the last speaker said because I do trainings as a BDSP and I've been clamoring on this. And I want to ask this question. Can we actually think out of the box just like she has said by rejigging our curriculum? Our curriculum is not serving us in Nigeria, and I bet say maybe the whole of Africa. We have to have a curriculum that will produce the workforce for the future. We're in the fourth industrial revolution and we are still teaching curriculum of backwards. Okay, what happened to teaching actual practical entrepreneurship in the schools? When we're in school, we didn't have entrepreneurship being taught. I mean, I was in further maths plus science class, and we used to laugh at those in commerce class. If I know what I know today, I'll be doing commerce plus science. Exactly, that is the truth. Because the problem is that, especially for those of us that have done science and technology, which drives innovation, we don't have those business skills. And that is what the other countries are doing. Okay, we've introduced entrepreneurship in the schools now. Who is teaching this entrepreneurship? Are they practical entrepreneurs? If you don't do business very well, you can't teach entrepreneurship.
Absolutely.
That is a problem. So can we transit from teaching entrepreneurship as a GS course, or maybe an add-on? When you teach it as a GS course in the first year, can you go to the penultimate class or final year class and teach applied entrepreneurship by successful people in the industry? That's the way this thing will work. So that's my thought.
So I'm going to move your comment to Dr. Jonna. She'll take that. Dr. Jonna, please take note. That question or that contribution was for you to respond.
Should I take more questions?
Another question, please, and I'll
Which way should I go? We have quite a few hands.
I had those 2 hands at the back earlier. Yes.
You want me to go there? Okay.
The 2 ladies way in the back. I see a lot of hands. Can we use Slido? We'll visit Slido. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Nena Susan John. I want to ask her a question, please. the one sitting beside you. She talks about education.
Sorry, who do you want to ask? Oh, the lady sitting.
Yeah,
Okay,
Janet,
sure.
yes, the lady
Jennifer.
there. Jennifer, sorry, please. I thought it's Janet. So sorry about that. You talk about co-opting or adopting government schools. I want to ask a very sensitive question, please. No hard feelings. Do you think the private schools in Nigeria will keep greed aside? I'm sorry, that's why I say it's sensitive. Do you think they will keep greed aside and collaborate with government schools in order to achieve what we're talking about? Because what we're talking about is not about saying it. It's not about just saying it for saying's sake. It's about what the topic is all about, Africa recovery. If we need to recover Africa, we need to also be selfless. By the time you said you want to co-opt or adopt government schools, do you mean, or does it mean that government schools will want to, private school will want to do some certain things for private schools? That's number one. For public schools, sorry. That's number one. Then number two, when you talk about educational system in Nigeria, I want you to understand that the root cause of migration, or because she asked a question about people leaving the country for a greener pasture, like they put it. But I want to tell you the actual reason is because I want to bring it down to teaching. I am an educator, so I'm talking from perspective of being, having that experience. You see private schools making millions of naira. I don't want to mention any school, but I know some schools in this country that at every term, they make over 900 million naira as the money they make. So, and yet they underpay their teachers. I saw so many teachers, I carried out a brief interview, and some teachers were leaving, and I was like, what's the reason? They said, they pay me 100,000. It's not going to help me out. So I want to please ask, since you are in the system, can you please, there is a forum, I believe, for teachers. Will there be an avenue whereby this teacher's salary or whatever can be reviewed to at least give them a sense of belonging, knowing fully well that they are giving back to the society?
Thank you. She's taking note of that. Thank you so much. Next person.
Sorry, if you can make it relatively brief, please, because we have
2 seconds.
I'll try my very best. Thank you so much. To get straight into my question, it is really refreshing to understand that even those on the panel, they understand where Africa is, Nigeria is, when it has to do with education. Now, I don't want to look at the teachers. I want to talk about the students themselves. We have a lot of opportunities overseas for people who have either gone through primary school, secondary school, university, they want to further their education. And these opportunities are mouth-watering. Once you're done, you're looking for a scholarship. You want to just, leave the shores of Nigeria. Where are the opportunities for those in the public sector? Where are the opportunities for those who do not even, they are not in a society that even encourages, education? Over 65% of Nigeria's populace rests there. So how can we be talking development and all of that, and we're not looking back to pull them along? A lot has been said about innovation, a lot has been said about development, but how are we pulling along more than half of the population that rests in nothing, absolutely nothing?
Thank you. So that question will go to Prof Rajneesh. Please take note to respond. And one last question from the audience. I will come here. Please, right here. And then we're done with questions. Thank you. You're quite an engaging audience.
Thank you so much. My name is Blessing Gerald. I actually love what she said in bringing into the school system. I think you're talking about development and all, personal development, emotional intelligence here. So, but this is my question. It's good to know that the world is evolving every day. Things are changing, systems are changing, and there's a need for these children to understand that they also need the media system, like the internet system. They have to get exposed to the blockchain. They need to get exposed to, the computer age and all. So you get to schools and, I want to use my instance. I'm a mother of 2. I get to school and my daughter tells me we did this in school, and at the end of the day, it's just the normal thing we do in, the normal thing we do in secondary school, and it's a good school. The normal thing we still do in secondary school, and I go to schools and I see that it's the same thing. Nothing new. The practical aspect is practically dead. They don't bring it into fusion so that they could understand that this thing they are learning at their small age is going to be a long benefit for them when they actually grow up. I think we should actually think about that and do something towards that.
Thanks for that. Thank you. So I'll move quickly to Prof, your response in 1 minute.
I completely recognize what you're describing here. How do you get people to invest time into education? How do you get societies where people are living hand to mouth to go to school and to acquire the education that they need, and of course then to find a job? And this is of course the source of one side is why we have a large amount of unemployed youth, because we simply don't have the people who are employable in many cases. They have skills which are not appropriate for the 21st century. On the other hand, we also have the problem of when they get to when they get to school, how do you support yourself? How do you go for further education? How do you improve yourself? Even if you have the ability, you must have and this is the problem that Nigeria, 80% of the economy, the working 80% of the Nigerian workforce is in the informal sector, which means they are working for themselves. They are not salaried. And of that 80%, I would say 60% of that are working on a subsistence basis. They make just enough or even less than they need to survive on a given day. So this is actually a fundamental problem, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, but perhaps highest. Nigeria is one of the highest informal sectors, largest informal sectors in the world. So this is indeed a problem. So finding ways to do both, create jobs of the right kind and give people the freedom to have an education. This is the fundamental development problem that Africa faces, whether you are in the north of Africa or you are in southern Africa. This is something that every politician that I am engaged with, every government, every international agency asks the same question: how can we do this? And I'd love to give you a full answer, but then I think I need an hour to explain this to you.
All right, we'll give you that at another time. I'll let Jennifer go quickly and respond to the prompts that were made.
Okay, so I'll start with the 2 days a week school. You know, beyond providing education, we would realize that for the parents, going to school every day solves a need, true or false? You know, it solves a basic need. So some people that cannot afford childcare, cannot afford support at home, rely on school. That's the truth. So saying we should, you know, we can't say, okay, cut down. So what happens to the parents? What happens to their jobs? So I really don't think it's quite realistic. You know, moving learning online, COVID allowed us the opportunity to try out virtual learning and try out in classroom learnings. The difference is clear. And children don't just go to school to get an education for social reasons. They need to interact with other people. They need to learn by just being around their friends. So it's not necessarily, you know, because they need to learn. Education can be gotten in any way. My grandmother can decide to sit me down in her room and teach me all I need to know. But if I don't go out and interact with people, it's going to limit my exposure in my head. So I think then what she said about the curriculum is so true. Our curriculum is dead. It's horrible. It's not enabling at all. So I would think, you know, we would need to have a situation where somebody doing basic science is exposed to the politics of how the world runs. You know, someone in humanities understands artificial intelligence. They don't need to really know everything about it, but let there be that exposure. So the child is able to now go and build on what they've been exposed to, as opposed to where it's just streamlined. Okay, you're doing sciences, you're doing further maths, nothing else about the social sciences and nothing else about anything else but what you're doing. Then about the private sector and, you know, us raking in a lot of money. As hard as it sounds, I truly agree with her that the private sector, the private school sector in Nigeria needs to be regulated. There is no regulation. So the schools can afford to introduce whatever they want to introduce, explain it away, charge for it, parents are paid, and then they decide what to pay their staff. And of course, the staff are not allowed to be in any form of union. So you really don't have a say. So you just get teachers jumping from one school to another school to another school. So this school offers you 10,000 naira more, you jump there, 20,000 naira more, you jump there. If there was some form of regulation, it would help. And then you can now say, the government, private schools can actually be mandated to do those things. So you're not doing it necessarily because you're a good person. You're now doing it because I am mandated to do it. Because naturally, human beings are selfish. Everybody wants to keep everything to themselves. But if you know that you are mandated to do this thing, you would have to do it. Whether you're doing it out of love or you're doing it out of compliance to policies, you just need to get the job done.
Thank you. We hear you loud on regulation. We hear you. I'll let Dr. Jonna go quickly, 2 minutes, and then we go to the Slido platform and see what we've left out. Go ahead, Doctor.
Great. In response to the need for entrepreneurship, I agree wholeheartely. And in particular, it is back to that connection. We talk about the need for online. How do we get from online to entrepreneurship? They really need to be together, right? It is not one or the other or one at each time. But first, we really need to think about that accessibility piece and the providing the skills and knowledge. But then also mentorship. How does one become an entrepreneur? And develop those skills as well. So again, it's connecting, it's the mentorship, it is accessibility, in order to really bring us forward in that moment. It is a combination of the two, not one or the other.
Fantastic. I think my panel deserve a resounding round of applause. It's been engaging, and there's a couple of items that serve as call to action. Do we agree? A lot of conversations have happened, but now, next steps is to take action. And we're calling on everyone in the room, everyone online, that we all have a role to play in this Africa recovery. It's not left to the government, it's not left to certain corporations, it's you and I having everyday conversations and choosing to change the African narratives. I want to thank my panel. The conversation doesn't end here. I want to thank my amazing audience. It's been an engaging session. And cheers to many more conversations and calls for action. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
I think we can do a little better than that. Let's put our hands together again for that very, very engaging panel on a very important topic, education. I look forward to the outcomes from this conference, specifically as it comes to education. If we don't decide to make a change with our education system, our future children and ourselves will pay for it. So I'm glad that everybody on the panel is in agreement that something definitely needs to change in our approach. So I'd like to thank everybody that is in the audience. You've all been extremely patient with us, and we appreciate that. We're coming to the end of the day. Excuse me. And we're going to end our day with a short presentation by Mr. Samuel Bassi, who is the special representative to the governor of Akwa Ibom in Lagos. So please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Samuel Bassi, who is going to give us a presentation on his wonderful state of Akwa Ibom. Please, let's keep the claps going as he's coming onto the stage. Mr. Samuel Bassi, Special Representative to the Governor of Akwa Ibom in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Let me respect the entire House for sparing time to be around since morning till now. I will say God bless you all in Jesus' name. We are going to take, in a place like this, it is always good for states who have outperformed others to take opportunity and sell their state to people. Most organizations, when they have occasions like this, we always have a lot of push between Lagos and Akwa Ibom State. And why is it so? Lagos is here, but Akwa Ibom is trying to intrude and work hard to become Lagos tomorrow. So I will want to say a few things that Udom Emmanuel, His Excellency, has been doing in the state, and also give us an opportunity to tap into it. Everything should not be Lagos. We should start going out there to know what other states are doing. And by the grace of God, Akwa Ibom has been a living example of what is happening, at least in this dispensation. Akwa Ibom of yesterday, if you go to that place today, you'll be wondering why the excellent, the amazing change that has been experienced there. So I am going to take us a bit on what has been happening there. I don't know whether the guy, please can you put Akwa Ibom State here?
Can we project? Do you have a presentation, sir?
Yes, I've given it to him.
Okay. We'll try and fix that for you in a moment.
Okay, while doing that, we have what we call why come to Akwa Ibom. When you come to Akwa Ibom, we create opportunity for you to live there. We allow you to work there. We allow you to invest and get a great advantage. It's a lovely state. It's in South region. And most especially, everywhere we are talking of insecurity, when you come to Akwa Ibom, you are in heaven. Yes. You can sleep with your 2 eyes closed.
The presentation is up now for your information.
Fantastic. Please come down to the first one. This one is, I think, the second page. The first page. And when you come in, you are not yet there. It's like you are rushing. Go to Akwa Ibom 1. This is the second part of it. When you, fantastic. You live, you work, you invest. And your investment is guaranteed. When you invest your money there, because of the environment we are, a very fine environment that does not have any issue, you are very sure that your investment will come out. There are some people that go to a place, you invest, and you have nothing out of it. Rather, you live there in sorrows. The Udom Emmanuel came up with what we call completion agenda. The completion agenda brought out about 8 areas of programs there. We started with aviation development. I want to say, and I need a clap of hands, that Akwa Ibom is the only state in Africa that has an airline that is now the first airline in Nigeria. Whether go to airport today, ask any airline if they can compete with Akwa Ibom. It is called Ibom Airline. It leaves on time. You can plan everything you want to do. If you want to go to work in Akwa Ibom at 9 o'clock in the morning, you are assured, because after 8 o'clock that the thing starts off at 9 is in Akwa Ibom. It's a wonderful airline, and we are sure, we are so proud of it. And, well, I don't want to say that other states are trying to copy, because they cannot copy. What is going on there, you cannot copy. But we are praying that may this continue, because sometimes someone who is at the helm of affairs might be so good and so serious about his job, and when he leaves, there may be problems. But we believe that even in 2023, Ibom Airline will continue to be Ibom Airline. We also have there the MRO facility, maintenance and overhaul facility. That helps a lot. In the whole of this country, there is nobody, there is no state, there is no airport that has that provision. Akwa Ibom has been able to put up that, and we are also looking for investors who will come and do more. If you go there, the MRO is being built almost to 80% level. The remaining 20% is what we are looking for. What will the MRO do? What will it do? What MRO does is that the aircrafts will be overhauled there. The aircraft will be repaired in Akwa Ibom. And virtually all the aircrafts that you see now that has been doing their repairs in abroad will now start to do it in Akwa Ibom. And the governor of the state has promised that before he leaves that place, that particular MRO will be fully in operation. So I would like us to sit down and see, how can a state just start overnight and is going into this? It's the work of who is in the state. Governor Odo Emmanuel has done so well. We have also rural and revenue area development. We also have rural and riverine area development. In Akwa Ibom, you know, it's close to seas, so there are a lot of people at the hinterland. They are very close to the river. For the state to take a position of encouraging these people to do agriculture, of encouraging them to go for fishing, go in there and ensure that those fishes that they are managing, they come out well and you use them to sell. There is no intermediary. They try to remove intermediaries so that whatever they bring, they will bring and sell, and they also make money from where they are. If you are interested in that, please consult anybody that is from that area. You can talk to me. We will make sure that you make it well. Agriculture is good. Human capacity development is excellent. A lot of people have been sent on training. You can imagine that while I'm here, even though I'm doing the presentation, I'm also learning. There are a lot of things we are learning here. I've heard a lot of things even from the education expertise, from all those guys that were in education. And you see the hall was very, very approachable to them. So same thing happened in human capacity development. People are sent on courses. People are doing a lot to ensure that the state is moving forward. And I will really advise people that if you want a place that you want to work well, you earn well, you enjoy yourself, the hospitality is one of the best in the country today, come to Akwa Ibom, you'll get it right. And all these are based on transparency, accountability, integrity, and excellence. Why are we going to all this? The state is one of the most peaceful states in the entire country. This was confirmed by the agency that works on state security. Nigerian Peace Index, NPI, report of 2018, even 2018, we are in 2022 now. Everything is improving every day. The state has a population of 6 million people. So if you are there, we are not talking of Lagos. Lagos is about 30, 40 million. But at least at our own level, we are okay. And what is happening in Akwa Ibom, or the favor that you can get from Akwa Ibom, is that by the time you get there, since you are not dealing with these problems of everything here, 30 million people in a place, come to Akwa Ibom that is very, very peaceful. The investment is new. Everything that you bring up is perfect. Come and see what will happen there. This is not the first time that we have had opportunity of addressing people. Most times when we finish like this, we receive a lot of people in Akwa Ibom. And I'm very sure a lot of people will come there. Will you come there? Will you come there? Come and enjoy the hospitality in Akwa Ibom State. We have the longest coastline in Nigeria, 129 kilometers coastline. And that is where a lot of refineries, I want to say it here very clearly, that while Dangote is putting up a refinery at Lekki Peninsula, BUA is putting up a refinery in Akwa Ibom. The refinery in Akwa Ibom is about 600,000 barrels per day. So if that comes up, we have here in Lagos, and we have another one there, at least that will save the people from that side. Instead of always traveling, the trucks and everything, Papa, you cannot access it. We don't know what will happen in Lekki Peninsula anytime from now, or Ibejuleki area, because the traffic that will happen there, except we start now to plan, it will be a problem. Are we together? It will be a problem. So, can I hear what we are saying? So, BUA is putting up a refinery there. They are working on it. And for people who are excellent in trying to get investment out, I will advise that there are a lot of opportunities that are coming out from even the BUA refinery. So if you cannot get it from Ibejuleki, come to Akwa Ibom, you get it from BUA. Then I want to say again that the economic growth in the place is rated 8.82%, and it is good for what we are doing. Permit me to mention a few things that are very, very important. Akwa Ibom recently launched the 21-story building, smart city building, and it has gotten so many multinationals to pick up rentage there. That was done because sometimes people were saying that there's nothing happening in Akwa Ibom. People were saying there's nothing happening in Akwa Ibom because there's no place for those multinationals to be. But by the grace of God, the building has been done. It's a major infrastructure, and you can take something out of it. The state has a multiplicity of industrial. They have had an industrial area whereby so many companies, about 20 companies from Germany alone, have taken up that place. They are putting up various companies and they are producing various things there. And we believe sincerely that with things like that, and it still has a lot of places for people to come and take. It is advisable, light will be there, power will be there, everything will be there. It is advisable, anyone here who is interested should come in and take over, and we will grant him that favor. Finally, I want to say that in terms of agriculture, we have what we call coconut refinery. And what His Excellency did was to look at the price of crude oil and the price of the coconut oil. And we have found out that a barrel of coconut oil is far greater in amount than the crude oil. So we have opened up 11,000 hectares of land planting coconut to come up with that refinery. It's another opportunity for us to make it. I will want to say that even though there are a lot of things, the paper will be given out, come to Akwa Ibom, come and invest, come and enjoy, come and enjoy. Thank you so much.
Please, let's put our hands together again for him. I think we can do better than that. Have you been sold? I thought that was a great sales speech. Very interesting times. I mean, I certainly would agree about the service of Ibom Air. It's something to experience as well. So thank you so much for that. And I think on that note, we are done for today's event. Lunch is served. So please make your way to the back, the same area that you served earlier. And we are back here again tomorrow morning. As early as 9 o'clock, we kick things off. So thank you again for being a very engaging audience today. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Exclusive community of Business Day subscribers. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
Delight was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and is the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
We are IHS Towers, one of the world's largest operators and developers of shared telecommunications infrastructure. Independently owned with a portfolio of tens of thousands of towers across multiple markets, we are connecting people across Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. Engineering excellence is at the heart of our business. Right from where we began in Nigeria in 2001, with one single tower and one single solution, to today employing over 2,000 people and offering not one but 6 solutions. With co-location, new sites, in-building and distributed antenna systems, small cell, fiber, and rural telephony, we're helping more and more people to stay connected every single day. Innovation is our lifeblood. We're investing in the latest technologies to deliver cutting-edge solutions for the world's leading mobile network operators. Sustainability is key. We're utilizing renewable sources to deliver greater efficiencies for our customers and help protect our shared environment. Together, we aim to contribute to a more prosperous future. Connectivity is critical. We're delivering mobile communication coverage to millions of people across the emerging markets, supporting the implementation of nationwide digital agendas. Practical solutions are our business. Combining the power of technology with our integral infrastructure, we are helping to build the networks of the future, working with our customers to bring mobile connectivity to the emerging markets.